CRA meeting for April 27th, 2022. I am now calling this meeting to order. Mr. Executive Director, would you please read the items into the record?
Yes, ma'am. Item number 1 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agency authorizing a grant to Hospitality Employees Advancement and Training, Inc., in an amount not to exceed $150,000 for year 2022, 2023, and $200,000 for the year 2023 to 2024. Item number 2 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agency authorizing a grant for a 4-year period in an amount not to exceed $700,000 per year, October 1, 2022, October 1, 2023, October 1, 2023, October 1, 2024, October 1, 2024 to October 1, 2025, and October 1, 2025 to October 1, 2026, respectively, totaling in the amount of $2.8 million, subject to annual budget approval. The third item, which also will include a substitute, is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agency authorizing the issuance of a grant in the amount not to exceed $75,000 to Encouraging Dreamers Breaking Barriers, LLC, to underwrite the costs associated with the operation of the All-Star Detailing Services Training and Second Chance Program for October 25, 2022 to August 24, 2023. And that item will be substituted to reflect that the language was a scrivener's error, and it should say for April 25th, 2022 to April 24, 2023. Item number 4 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agency authorizing a grant in the amount not to exceed $40,000 to the People's Drugstore, Inc., for the rehabilitation of People's Barbecue, a full-service barbecue restaurant in the redevelopment area. Item number 5 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agency ratifying funds in the amount not to exceed $13,116.32 to Two Guys Restaurant, authorizing the Executive Director to execute all documents necessary for said purpose. Item number 6 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment authorizing the Executive Director to execute all documents necessary to convey a portion of 1900 Northwest 2nd Court, Miami, Florida, 33136 Twin Homes property to the city and to have the same dedicated as a public way. Item number 7 is a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agency authorizing a grant to Transition, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $200,000 to underwrite the costs associated with providing workforce readiness training and job placement services to former inmates and others facing employment barriers in the redevelopment area. That is all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. McQueen.
Madam Chair, I move all 7 items.
Well, I have to open it up for public comment, but thank you.
So move them.
At this time, I'd like to open up for public comment anyone that would like to speak on the items that were just read. Seeing no one here for public comment, okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of our Board of Directors, our staff, and our participants at Transition located at 1550 Northwest 3rd Avenue, Building C, in the heart of Overtown, I wanted to express thank you to Commissioner King, as well as all of you, for the support of our initiative to bring the One Umbrella case management program to our center, as well as certification and construction program back to Overtown community. We've been in existence close to 50 years. We help previously incarcerated men and women with job development, job placement, job referrals. And we truly appreciate your support of our initiative because transition at this time can only provide employment services. And this one umbrella program provides wraparound services. So sometimes we have previously incarcerated people who have issues with being homeless, food, counseling and therapy, and that program will be able to address those concerns. And our intention is to help uplift and treat as many barriers to employment that we possibly can. So on behalf of everyone at Transition, Commissioner King, thank you very much, Executive Director McQueen. We truly appreciate you and your staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, if I could just get the speaker's name for the record.
Speaker's name for the record.
Thank you. Stephen Gilmore, Executive Director.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Cherry Smart. I am the founder of the Empowerment Zone Reentry Initiative, and we are so grateful to the Commission for the funding that you're providing to Transitions, which allows us to partner with them to provide the case management and counseling services to our residents and their families that have been, and the individuals that have been incarcerated. I just want to thank you for that, and it'll be a great partnership.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on behalf of any of the items? Seeing none, the public comment period is now closed. I believe my colleague would like to have a word.
Yes, Madam Chair, I will second all 7 items with the exception of the item 4, that I want to place a covenant in item 4, that Director McQueen shall bring
The chicken wings.
no ribs.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
it should have,
I
that
want the chicken
barbecue,
wings.
you see, if we are financing that barbecue, we have to taste it and be
Twice a month, every commission meeting. okay?
Absolutely. That's a covenant that I want to propose. If it is a second,
And I'll second that.
you
Commissioner.
second that.
That's right.
So therefore, with that covenant, I second all the 7 items.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
With item number 3 being amended.
Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Number
Thank
4.
you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Item number 4.
Thank you.
And bring it off.
Thank you,
okay?
board members.
The meeting is now adjourned.
Chair, we just need about a minute or 2 to flip the tape.
No problem. Take your time.
That's awesome. Mr. Winker. Mr. Winker. I'll talk to her and she'll tell me what to do.
No, right now, like, when I start weighing,
What are you doing? Nice to meet you. A great lady, by the way. Been working for 30 years. Nice to meet you. Pleasure. What's your name? Betty. I'm gonna call you up, Adrian, so you get the name of this, okay? In about 5 minutes.
thank you. Do I need anything else? What's the beginning of sorrows, the final cause? What are you drinking?
Orange juice. You want some?
I need, well, later I'm gonna need some snacks.
What do you want?
What you got?
I got everything. What do you want?
I'll just sneak in there.
Just tell me what you want. What do you want?
No, I just ate. I'm fine. I just ate. But
We got sushi, but you don't like sushi, so I can eat
I do
something.
like sushi.
Oh yeah, I got grilled salmon, I got sashimi, I got all that.
Oh, yeah, I like sushi.
Yeah. I got wine and scotch.
Can we drink up there? I don't think we
No,
can.
you can't. Yeah, later on you can. After this, you're gonna want to drink. You want some sashimi?
No, not now.
What? Let's quick. I'm feeling great, but let's do this quick so I go home. You want the same thing?
Good. No.
That's a rehab being.
Rehab starts in 3 weeks.
You haven't moved you at all.
No,
Okay.
no, I'm good. I'm like from one day to the other.
El dolor. Tómate pastilla.
No, siento nada.
Toma la pastilla. Good.
I have tons of refills. I have no pain.
I told you. Oye, my leg me dolía, que yo me yo lloraba de dolor que yo tenía before my back surgery, and I walked out of the hospital.
I have no pain whatsoever.
Qué bueno,
I
qué
feel
bueno.
like super good.
Qué bueno.
I'm still with the you're off.
Yeah, mine is off.
Madam Chair, I had no idea you had that many people for your CRA meeting here today. Yeah.
I haven't even sat in it yet. Is this the first time? Not sat in it. Oh.
Estás separado, pero no importa, hablar es importante. Porque así ven que estamos todos trabajando juntos, estamos unidos, estamos todo el mundo bien. Entonces ellos ven que estás en control de la situación y el otro como pinga, que viene por ahí, ¿no? Es importante que vean que estamos en control de la situación. El PIB es súper importante, estamos en control de la situación. Look at me, man. Look at me. Look at my tie. It's almost as nice as this. It's mine, though.
choice, look, got a mayor.
My wife. He's not talking about my wife. I didn't say it.
Good afternoon, everyone. As you are aware, today is Take Your Child to Work Day, and I have a special someone here to welcome you.
Welcome to the City of Miami special meeting for the Miami Freedom Park MFP.
That was Miss Brielle Williams, and at this point, I'm going to have Pastor Caldwell come and give us a prayer. He also was, for 12 years, the pastor for the University of Miami, for 20 years, I'm sorry, the pastor for the University of Miami Hurricanes football team. Yes?
Yes. Yes, definitely. Bow your heads with me as we ask the Lord's presence during this pivotal meeting. Father, we come again to honor you by acknowledging your presence. For we are all your creation. You have breathed in us life, and we thank you for the breath of life. God, there are items today that need attending to. We pray for this chair lady and these commissioners, this mayor, Lord God, that you would direct them in the right way. Whatever way they are to take, we give them to you for wisdom, for knowledge, for understanding, and most importantly, to walk in truth. Bless this commission meeting today, and we honor you. For it is in your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much. Please be seated. Commissioner Reyes, would you give us the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we will hear from our mayor, Mayor Francis Suarez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the commission, I sincerely appreciate you coming together on this special meeting for this important decision that the city of Miami has to determine and make. Some would argue that all sports deals with cities are bad. And unfortunately, that's the prevailing notion today. But I would argue that that's nothing more than a David Blaine magic trick. I would argue that what this really is about the fundamental things that we talk about in public service with our truth and trust. Now, it's easy to erode truth and trust in an era where we are in short supply of truth and trust. And so if someone picks out a scab by saying things that are inflammatory, it gets traction. It's easy. It's the easier argument. It's the easier sell. Unfortunately, it's not the truth. And it's sad. And it's why a lot of people don't want to get involved in politics, don't ever want to run for office. They don't want to subject themselves to what for many is torture. So what is the truth? Well, the truth is that once this deal is completed at the current minimum rent, which I'm sure will change today based on public statements made by our commission, which are the ultimate deciders of this deal, will generate for the city of Miami over 100 years with a 3.26% CPI adjustment, which is within the range of what the contract calls for, $2.3 billion in revenue. Now, where did I get that 3.26 number from? Did I just get it out of the air? I mean, did I call a blogger? Did I call my former city manager? No. I Googled it. What was the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, for the last 100 years? Because I think it's pretty good to predict the next 100 years based on the last 100 years. And that number is 3.26%. The value that has been used, which, by the way, was heavily negotiated in terms of how much of the remediation would be used to discount the property, both came in terms of the appraisals that were used, discounting 50%, not 100%, 50% of the remediation of the land, which normally, if you're trying to lease land, you would get it ready to be leased. If you have an apartment, you fix it up for your next tenant, and your tenant pays you market rent based on your capital investment to fix up your apartment. That resulted in 2 independent appraisals by 2 reputable companies, national companies, I would argue international companies, Deloitte & Touche and Houlihan Lokey, and they were both reviewed by a 3rd independent party. Fact number 3, this deal will create the most living wage jobs in the history of the city of Miami. And you have that person right there next to me to thank for it, Commissioner Russell, who made that a condition of the negotiations when we took it to the voters. It's also going to provide, in addition to the $2.3 billion, it's also going to provide $5 million for a baywalk that the commissioner has been fighting for a long time, including getting parcels together, including having a baywalk zone, and $20 million additionally for improvements. In addition to that, it's going to be detoxifying for the city of Miami residents at the team's cost, no matter what the amount is, the largest contaminated parcel in the city of Miami's inventory. Depending on who you ask, it's going to create somewhere in the vicinity of 80 acres of free public land, 58 acres in a park and 28 acres of soccer fields. And what was it before? Or what is it now? Now it's a golf course for private use, for a fee, for which we derive nowhere near the same revenue. Now, if you are a golfer in this community, you have every right to oppose this deal. I have absolutely no problem with that. If somebody comes here to this commission and says, hey, I play golf in this asset, and I love the asset, I think it's a great asset, and I think the city of Miami should keep it a golf course. I get it. I understand. I respect your perspective. I have absolutely no issue with that. The problem is, it's not my decision. It's a decision of my bosses, the residents of the city of Miami, the owners of the property. And what we put before them by referendum was a new vision for this property. We said, listen, you tell us what you want with your property. Do you want a golf course that arguably loses money when you consider capital expenses over time, which is a perfectly acceptable use? Or do you want us to create a sports complex with a 58-acre park that everybody in our city can enjoy, 20 additional acres of soccer fields, decontaminates the largest parcel in our arsenal, creates living wage jobs, creates billions of dollars of revenue? What do you want to do with your property? And they authorized us to negotiate a deal with Inter-Miami on those basic terms. Now, I have to say that, there's been a lot said about, comparing this to other deals in this community and other deals outside of this community, which I frankly find laughable. Today, I was on a television show and they asked me, not about the Marlins deal, because frankly, no one talks about it nationally. They asked me about the Buffalo Bills deal. That's what they asked me about today. And the Buffalo Bills deal, the state of New York and the city of Buffalo are giving the Bills a combined $850 million. $850 million Hey, those who criticize this are saying that we're not getting enough money. That somehow they know more than Deloitte and Touche, and somehow they know more than Houlihan Lokey because they have licenses as appraisers? No, they don't have appraisal licenses. You know why they're saying that? Because it's easy to believe. And it's easy to believe because we live in a world without trust. We live in a world where it's easy to distrust your public officials. Somebody must be getting a job afterwards. Somebody's law firm must be getting a client. Somebody must be making money off this. It's too good to be true. It's impossible. How can the city negotiate a good deal? It's just not possible. It never happens. Well, I'm here to tell you there's a lot of things about this city that have never happened. And that's why Financial Times named us the most important city in America, because we do things here differently. What it takes to do something this transformational for our community is two things. It takes courage, and it takes compromise. Two things that are very difficult. Two things that we don't often see in a modern day political world. I have a lot of faith in this commission. I've seen them demonstrate both courage and compromise on many occasions, on many important things. And while we all get attacked viciously, inappropriately, and unfairly, and slanderously, we sit here, we come back to the table, we look at our residents in the eye, we listen to them, we follow their requests, and we get the hard things done because we care about our community and because we care not about us. We don't know if we're going to be here when this is finalized. But we know our children and our children's grandchildren are going to benefit from this. They're going to get to have Major League Soccer in their city. Many years ago, sports were leaving our city. We have an opportunity to bring a sport into our city and to do it in a dramatically different narrative, in a different way than the way everybody else in America is doing it. You know, I once, and I've said multiple times that this is the best sports deal in the history of America. And I once challenged a local journalist to find me a better deal. I haven't found it yet. And so I've worked hard. I've worked with all of you on an individual basis. We've had tough moments. Not every moment has been a good moment. This has been a multi-year process. And I think this is a phenomenal deal for the residents of the city of Miami. I urge you and ask you that you move and pass this item and that we take another step in the view of the city of Miami, which is about to embark on Formula One, which is about to embark on a decision by FIFA on who to give a World Cup to in 2026, and a decision by FIFA on where to locate their headquarters, and a World Cup on where to locate their headquarters. We have an opportunity to continue this momentum that we've seen from this Miami movement, which I had someone tell me recently was a Miami miracle. Let's do the right thing. Let's do the best thing for our community. Let's do what the owners of this property asked for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam City Attorney, would you please read for the record the procedures for this meeting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the Code of the City of Miami must comply with the related city code requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the City Commission. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition concerning real property must make the appropriate disclosures required by the City Code. A copy of this code section is available in the Office of the City Clerk or online at www.municode.com. The City of Miami requires that anyone requesting action by the City Commission must disclose before the hearing any consideration provided or committed to anyone for agreement to support or withhold objection to the requested action pursuant to City Code Section 2-8. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the chair for not more than 2 minutes unless modified by the chair. Members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by submitting written comment forms via online comment form. Please visit www.miamigov.com/meeting instructions for detailed instructions on how to provide the public comment on the comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form will be distributed to the elected officials and the city administration throughout the day so that the elected officials may consider the comments prior to taking any action. Public comment may also be provided live at City Hall. If the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such later date. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state their name, their address, and what item will be spoken about. Any person requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for this meeting may notify the city clerk. The city has provided different public comment methods to indicate, among other things, the public's support, opposition, or neutrality on the item in compliance with Section 286.0114 Florida statutes. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity of the meeting. Please note, commissioners have generally been briefed by city staff and the city attorney on items on the agenda today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. At this point, I will give Miami Freedom Park an opportunity to make a presentation.
Madam Chair, before they begin.
Turn your mics on.
I'm just thinking out loud. Of course, the chair can do it whichever way you like. It might serve all of us. It might serve all of us best if before they make any presentation, before any of us speak, we hear from the public. This way, if there's anything new that comes up, anything in particular that they hear today that they might want to address, they could start incorporating it into their presentation. And likewise, we could do the same in anything that we're going to ask of them in the administration.
That is exactly my sentiment, except in the reverse, that perhaps they could make their presentation and they may answer some questions that the public has. And so it's half a dozen. So what do you, I go with the will of the body.
Why not let them make a presentation?
And then
let
have
the
public-
and then they can come back and, so we go a little back and forth, you know, it's
Okay.
it's sort of in the
All right. So
sunshine, you know,
we'll-
kind of everybody knows
We'll
where
go with
everybody
the will of the
stands.
body and have the
Have them come up and-
Miami Freedom Park
we
come up.
But you get a chance to come back, I
I'll
think.
agree with the will of the body.
Okay, please.
My name is Jorge Mas. I reside at 6312 Riviera Drive, and I am a proud, born and bred Miamian. And Madam Chair, thank you, and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity for us to present our vision of Miami Freedom Park. It was almost 4 years ago that I came before this body for the first time to talk about doing something transformational for our community based on bringing Major League Soccer to the city of Miami and doing something that truly is unprecedented in the history of American sports. In order to do that, this was all predicated by a phone call, which took place between Commissioner Carollo and my brother Jose. When an idea was presented about a site to build a stadium and to build a special place that our community could gather and share in the beautiful game, in the international game of football, but more importantly, have a place where our neighbors and families can get together, where they can enjoy entertainment space, where they can be provided food and beverage, to have hotels where visitors and tourists to our cities can have an additional destination surrounding a stadium. As importantly, ambitiously at that time, trying to build a tech hub that we could build here in South Florida so young men and women could have the opportunity to have great paying jobs and to pursue a future in the tech industry and not have to go to New York, San Francisco, LA, or other. In the last 4 years, we've seen a huge transformation in our city of how tech is coming to Miami, and we're not exporting anymore. In the meantime, at that time, we presented something that I thought was very innovative, which was a 100% privately financed stadium and development. And when we speak about that, because many times people speak about stadiums, I made a statement to all of you on this body, and two of you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Diaz-La Portilla, who were not here, that I did not believe that stadiums on a standalone basis were smart or intelligent or were economic drivers for our city and our community. And giving the opportunity of designing something at Miami Freedom Park, it gave us the ability to do certain elements which are very unique. One, recognizing the fact that it is a golf course on contaminated land with significant limitations and restrictions as to the use of that land because of its location next to an airport. It is a piece of land that has restrictions of height, restrictions of use, and frankly, we tried to design something that could incorporate the highest and best use for that property. And our original design had an entertainment district, hotels, had offices, and had a beautiful stadium where our community could gather for Inter Miami. During the course of those first meetings and times, we had just been awarded the franchise. We ended up going to the city of Fort Lauderdale and building a temporary stadium there in record time, in 8 months, and I thought we did something very unique there as well. We were able to take a parcel of land that had two older stadiums, Lockhart Stadium and a minor league baseball facility next to an airport, and converted it into today what I would say is probably the best soccer complex in the country, which has a 60,000-foot training center, 8 pitches where all of our academy teams play, and a 19,000-seat stadium. And in the meantime, in the course of that, we launched our team successfully to serve our passionate fans in South Florida, and being able to see our supporters celebrate is something that gives us great satisfaction in having brought soccer here. But at the same time, I want that in my city, in the city of Miami. And, you know, we have 2 players from our team here today who also dream of playing in the city of Miami. And we have here Damian Lowe, who is our center back from Jamaica, a Jamaican international, and Victor Ulloa, who's a midfielder, one of our team captains and originally from Mexico. And I mention that because it talks about the diversity of our city and what makes Miami different. And so we came here, we knew that we could not present a project to the City of Miami residents or to the City of Miami Commission that had any type of public subsidy or public financing, because there are scars and there are sins with the Marlins deal that we have to pay a price for. And putting aside that transaction and every other single sports facility in this county that all were built with public dollars or continue to receive public subsidy, this project is different. We came before you then, and we come before you today and say that the building of this stadium and this development will not take 1 penny of taxpayer dollars, not 1 cent. And in order to be here before you today, when we were here 4 years ago, we, I think, took the ultimate test. We took our project and our ideas to the voters of the city of Miami. And we asked them, would you like a decontaminated site, which will be the largest cleanup in the history of the city of Miami? We would like to create a 58-acre park out of that golf course for the enjoyment of our residents, all of our residents, not only golfers. We'd like to make a contribution of $25 million for park improvements. We will not, again, ask taxpayers for a penny. What impact will this have for our community? It is a project that will generate jobs. This is a project that will create 15,000 direct and indirect jobs and just under 2,000 permanent jobs at Miami Freedom Park. It will generate in excess of $40 million in annual taxes for our county, our school board, our city, and the state of Florida. But more importantly, before the referendum, to differentiate this with sports deals from around the country, I said that this stadium has an element that is not shared by any other stadium in the United States of America. This stadium will sit on land that is paid for by the team, and it will pay property taxes. There's no other stadium in this country that does that. And we sit here, coincidentally, before you today, in the shadows of 2 announcements in these past 10 days. One which the mayor, I think, so eloquently alluded to, that is an $850 million contribution to an NFL team in Buffalo. In addition to that, there's going to be a new stadium in Nashville, Tennessee for the Tennessee Titans. The public contribution for that stadium will be $1.4 billion, shared between the state of Tennessee and the city of Nashville. That is your current sports landscape across the country. I could sit here and also talk about projects online over the next 8 years, which will entail between $30 and $40 billion of public subsidies for sports franchises. There is absolutely nothing wrong with a public contribution and subsidy for sports teams. There is nothing wrong with that. Because the amount of economic value that a team can derive for a city is justified and they can do their calculations. But we chose a different path. We chose a different path. Because we like to put our money where our mouth is, and we like to deliver something for our city which is unique. So this referendum went out to the voters in November of 2018. And what was the result? Over 60% of City of Miami residents said, we want this project. Not only a stadium, they wanted the project. And the project entailed 750 hotel rooms, 1 million square feet of retail, office, and a minimum of a 25,000 seat stadium for our Major League Soccer team for Inter Miami. We want the creation of a 58-acre park. We want the land cleaned up. We want good paying jobs. We want tax revenues, which will have the ability to give this body benefit directly to those who need it most, which are the humble men and women who get up every morning and work hard. Those are the people that are going to benefit from this project. That is why I stand here proudly before you today to represent the voters of the city of Miami in their desire for a project of this magnitude. But at that time, we were given the green light to negotiate. And over the course of the last 3.5 years of negotiations, and albeit we went through a pandemic and we went through COVID, we went through many different changes in economics and focus on health and things that, frankly, it was always my aspiration at that time that we could be back before this body in 6 months. As many of you remember, I wanted to come back in March of 2019 for approval of this project. Because one of the things that I want to make extremely clear here today, with exactly what we did in Fort Lauderdale, where we built a stadium and a facility in record time, when we are given the green light to build this project, we will start the next day. We will start remediating the property. We will start moving dirt. We will start building infrastructure to deliver public benefits for our city. And during the course of those negotiations, and during the last 3.5 years, and I recall when I left here, the doubters, they'll never agree to everything that Jorge Mas stood up and said before the body of the City of Miami Commission. Every single thing that I spoke about and that the team committed is in the current agreement that is being presented before you today. There is no public subsidy. There is a significant economic benefit in all aspects in terms of tax revenues and jobs. And I would, very much like, and you see the image of the project here, is to show something that is, I think, to me, extremely important. And it's the economic impact during the first 39 years of this lease. And as you can see there, it says $11 billion. And that's not $11 billion taken out of the air or residual. This is direct and indirect effect in dollars measured through labor income. Again, it goes as to the men and women who are going to benefit from the benefits of this project. So when you think about stadiums, when you think about developments, there's no stadium that generates $11 billion in economic impact and labor anywhere in the United States of America. So I think that what we were able to put together, what we put before the voters, was extremely unique. And what are the benefits to the city as we talk as to financials? At the time of the referendum, there was a minimum rent established of, I think, of just under $3.6 million a year. And at the time, we had ordered, well, what is the fair market value? And, we did some estimates, and we sort of took a guess. After that, the city of Miami went ahead and hired 3 firms, Deloitte & Touche and Houlihan Lokey, to conduct comprehensive appraisals and a peer review of the processes and methodologies used by both appraisal firms by a firm called KTR, which is an internationally renowned peer review firm to conduct appraisals. Those appraisals came in, and those appraisals were conducted with a date of September 2019. After reports which are hundreds of pages thick, running projections and values of land, and in every single methodology, the peer review estimated and chose that the correct fair market value of this parcel that we are leasing, which is 72 acres, not 131 acres, it is 72 acres, is $2.2 million a year. So we were faced with a minimum rent of $3.6 million, which is 57% in excess of the fair market value identified. Because the fair market value also has to take into account the environmental remediation necessary to just begin building the project. This project is going to take over close to $1.2 billion to build. between the hotels and the offices and the entertainment district and the stadiums and all of the other infrastructure that goes with the project. And let's talk about that. What is Miami Freedom Park and Inner Miami receiving? Well, we're frankly receiving the ability to spend money. We are receiving the permission to spend money. We're not receiving the permission to construct because you can construct absolutely nothing on that piece of property today. Nothing. You cannot put a foot on that piece of land and golf course because there's signs all over it saying, do not remove your shoes. Today. So we are basically given a ticket to say, if you guys believe in this project, again, put your money where your mouth is. So just to start vertical construction on the stadium, we're going to have to spend $120 million. We're going to spend $36 to $38 million in environmental remediation. We're going to spend, of the whole site, we're remediating not the 72 acres, we're remediating the 131 acres. We're going to spend over $60 million in infrastructure to develop the whole site and create a park. And what is that? Drainage, sewage, electrical lighting, foundations, roads, all of the above, for that whole parcel of $131 million. And we're also contributing $25 million. And one of the things that the city negotiated over the course of the last 3 years is that number one, in order to build the stadium, I have to deliver the public benefits first. First. Everything that I just mentioned has to be done before I go up 3 feet on the vertical of the stadium. And the first and only thing that I can build to start is the stadium. So this has nothing to do with a commercial development deal because there's no commercial development without the building of a stadium. The stadium will cost, let's say, $350 million in today's numbers. In an environment where construction costs have skyrocketed over the last 2 or 3 years. Skyrocketed. And we're also faced in a development post-COVID, which was the holy trinity of what suffered during COVID. Hotels, office, and retail. Those are the only uses that can be at Miami Freedom Park. There's no residences. There's no housing. We can't build 20-story buildings like on Brickell. We can build absolutely nothing on the approach to the runways of Miami International Airport. Those are the only uses. So as part of this negotiation, we will be out of pocket and investing for our community $120 million before we start going vertical. The creation of the largest park in the city, and I think this is extremely important. You know, I grew up playing baseball at Grapeland. And for so many years, I would see the fence. And the fence that kept the golf course apart from the baseball fields and the water park and the other amenities that are there now. I take great pride, as long I know I do with the City of Miami commissioners and the mayor and everyone involved, to be able to open the doors of that property and give our residents the opportunity to be able to share in a family experience. As I walked the neighborhoods in District 1 for the referendum, there was one specific resident from there that said something that struck me and said, why not me? Why not me? Why do I have to go to Brickell or out in Doral to the malls to enjoy a meal or be able to take my kids and walk in a park? Why not me? And I said, you are absolutely correct, and that is why we are persevering and pressing through 3.5 years of negotiations that have been extremely difficult many times contentious, but all in all good things come to those who want to do the right things for the city. I was born here, I lived here, live here, and we're not going anywhere. I love my city. This is a legacy project for our family. Because the opportunity to build something like this happens once in a lifetime. And I think the opportunities that we all have here is to do something once in a lifetime. Something that no one in America and no one around the world think that we can do. Because as the mayor said with me on a program this morning, and he started throwing that billions of dollars costs, and we're going to receive billions of dollars, and we're not paying a penny. And I frankly, for a second, sat there and go, oh my God, I'm like, wow, what am I doing? This is crazy. He's right. But we have to do it the right way. And we have to get the best deal for our taxpayers. I am one of them. I just moved out of the city of Miami, but I'm a huge taxpayer here through other sources and other developments. And we should have a good deal. Because where there is an economic benefit derived, it should be fair. And it should be the correct deal, and it should be structured in the right way. So as we, look at, there's going to be beautiful images in the park and, talk about a tech hub. We have many times felt somewhat frustrated because we have had significant inbound from all over the world to want to come to Miami Freedom Park, to want to talk about moving there and developing. But we've been unable to because we do not have the green light. And one of the things that's important as well to note is the hard part of this project is actually building it and getting it done. That's the challenge. We cannot build a stadium and a development in a few months. It's going to take multiple years of getting this done. The sooner we start, the sooner we get the okay, the sooner that we agree, is the sooner that we can go through a SAP process and get zoning and get entitlements and start sharing our vision, and really starting to talk about how we curate this amazing space and construct a world-class, not only soccer stadium, but hopefully a multi-use stadium that really can have a life of its own, more so that not only on event days, 17 games or 30 or concerts or whatever it may be. When we talked about also 4 years ago, we stood here and it said our park improvements and park contributions will be $25 million, $20 million over 30 years and $5 million for the Baywalk and Riverwalk property. As part of the negotiations, the $20 million is now not over 30 years. It's much sooner. It's money that's going to be up front and close to before we have CEO of the stadium, in order so that the body of the city of Miami and the commissioners can put that money to the right and the proper use. And I think that's a good thing. One of the things that have also been negotiated are significant protections to the city of Miami. What happens if you don't build it? What happens if something happens, if it's not completed? And during the course of the negotiations, there are frankly draconian steps if we do not meet our commitments and we are not held accountable. To the point where the city of Miami could see it with $600 or $700 or $800 million of improvements, and if we don't meet a correct timeline to build a phase of commercial development, it goes back to the city. And we still have to pay full rent. So there are many different elements in this lease that protect and ensure the city, that help the taxpayers, but most importantly, hopefully will allow us to achieve a project to derive the economic benefits that I've alluded to now, besides bringing a team to our community. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to share this vision, to share our project, to share with you what has been the course of 3 or 3.5 years to ensure that our residents and our taxpayers are getting a good deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, I will... Thank you. At this time, I will open the meeting up for public comment. Please do not block the entryways when you line up to speak. Good afternoon. I know. Good afternoon. Mr. Winker?
Good afternoon. David Winker. I live at 2222 Southwest 17th Street. In a representative democracy, residents rely upon their elected leaders to shepherd community assets for the greater good. We rely on you, commissioners, to fairly administer government services and represent our interests. Any deal that involves turning over public land to private development must be closely scrutinized, especially when a politically connected developer, such as Jorge Mas, seeks control of a public asset, in this case, 157-acre green space. How do we end up with the no-bid Miami Freedom Park deal, which gives away the largest park in the city of Miami? Some commissioners, like the developer, may cite to the fiction that in voting for a lease, they're doing what voters ordered. Because in the 2018 referendum, 60% of voters agreed to allow commissioners to consider a lease. But the referendum only gave the power to negotiate, not enter into a bad deal. I would ask you to look closely at the track record of what happened in Fort Lauderdale. The park is still not built there. There are broken promises, and I ask that you preserve this green space for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Santangelo. I'm a co-founder and board member of Little Haiti FC Soccer Club. About 175 kids from the Little Haiti neighborhood. It's the only free youth soccer program in the whole state of Florida. I want to speak about the character of this organization. 3 years ago, we had a tragedy. We had 3 of our children waiting for a bus to go to a soccer tournament, and they were tragically killed by a drunk driver. This organization reached out to us quietly and paid for a very, very dignified funeral for those 3 children. Recently, there was a TV news article about the seniors in this program all graduating high school. Every one of the seniors in Little Haiti FC are going to college. This organization again reached out to us to honor the children at the friendly game between the Haitian national team and the Guatemalan national team to give the kids one of the biggest days of their life. In addition to that, they are providing computers for all the 15 high school seniors on our U19 team. And that's something that they do quietly. They do it behind the scenes without a lot of fanfare. So I felt compelled to come up here and let you know how I feel about the character of this organization. Thank you.
Please don't clap. Please don't clap. I let it go a couple of times. If you want to clap, go like this. If you continue to clap, I will clear the chambers. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Chairwoman King and other commissioners, my name is Stanford Blake. I live here in the city of Miami. I don't know how old Mr. Moss is. My folks moved from Detroit in 1949. I delivered the newspaper to Mel Reese, who lived on Point Siena and Lejeune. My father owned Tobacco Road for 25 years. I wasn't smart enough to keep the bar when he sold it and sold it for $13 million, but so be it. I think if the referendum was held today, it would not pass because now the community knows what's really happening. We have green space, and I know this commission cares about green space. And, you know, let's go ahead. It's not about a soccer stadium. I mean, if this project was not making money for the Moss family, it would not be undertaken. We don't have to start a GoFundMe page. I don't have a PowerPoint today to put up there. I'm not spending $1.8 billion to start, but it's a profitable thing for them. If it's only about a soccer stadium, you don't need 1 million square feet of office space. You don't need to have a new hotel. You don't need to have these things where you have one golf course. We have a wonderful city. Yes, Mayor, I do play golf, and I play golf at Melreese, and I played golf there when it was a 9-hole course with Lejeune Road, taking a divot and hitting tin cans. But we have one golf course in our city, and we have one plot of 130 whatever acres. So let's go ahead and take the acres next to a water treatment plant that is going to now be the green space and build a soccer stadium. Let's take the place next to Lone Depot where there's parking and build a soccer stadium. It's not about a soccer stadium. It's about making money. And we have other green space if we want to build on it. We have Kennedy Park. We have Pan America.
Thank you. Thank you.
But anyway, have the courage and vote no.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Grant Stern. I reside at 425 Northeast 22nd Street. I'm here in opposition of this no-bid backroom deal. We just witnessed a brilliant speech by a lobbyist named Jorge Mas, the sole beneficiary of this no-bid deal. But the City of Miami voters didn't know that until after the referendum because it wasn't disclosed. Nor were most of the lobbyists on the project, the numerous lobbyists, disclosed. But Mr. Mas did make a very, very important and factually true point here, that this is basically the same backroom deal from 2018 being recycled. And why do I call it a backroom deal? Well, I'm just describing it the way that Commissioner Russell described it. He was here until 2 in the morning that night, and he told us all on the dais. But I only got the document less than 24 hours before the emergency special hearing the next day, where I was prevented from giving comment. This entire deal was birthed in the dark of night. There are no bids, and frankly, there should be. This deal, if voters want it, should either be put to a referendum or put out to bid. A soccer stadium is one thing, but this is a massive commercial project. We don't even know all of the traffic impacts. Miami Today reported that the traffic studies are incomplete right now. So nobody knows how this would affect the economic engine of Miami-Dade, which is our airport, our international airport located adjacent to the project. Mr. Moss's group already has another no-bid deal, which they defended in the courts and closed on in Overtown. If this is about a stadium, then they should be working on the Overtown site. I think it's a perfectly viable site. It's less than a mile from the Marlins Park. And otherwise, we need to see a referendum. I've spoken with Mr. Beckham. I've spoken with Mr. Clower, who left the project.
Thank you.
And I can tell you that...
Thank you.
May I just finish one thing?
No. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, my name is Rosie Simpson. I'm with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Our offices are located at 1657 Northwest 17th Avenue. We started here in the city of Miami in 1905. We built that facility in 1949 and have been there ever since. And I don't want to date myself, but I was born within probably 2 or 3 blocks of where I work now in 1943. So I've seen a lot come and go. I'm kind of on just wanting to get on the record with a statement, but I have all the confidence. The commission, the mayor have reviewed this for a great number of months, perhaps even a few years, and have weighed in on every aspect of whether this project should be voted in or out. They dedicate themselves to working for the city of Miami and the residents of the city of Miami. In my heart and mind, I have all the confidence in the world they're going to make the right decision. But I just want to go on record. This project should, and we represent working men and women We have an apprenticeship training program that trains young adults who maybe don't go to college, that they can enter into a field other than being a doctor, lawyer, or some other with a college degree and earn a living to raise their families and contribute back into the city of Miami. So what we want to just ensure is that the city of Miami responsible wage and benefit ordinance for construction project would apply to this project. And if in fact, there should be no reason it shouldn't, if it does, if we have to add it to the lease agreement to ensure that it's there. And I thank you for allowing me these few minutes, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Rashevsky, and I'm joined here with my superstar, Chloe Rashevsky, today, who's at the Take Your Child to the City Commission Day. So we're happy to be here, and we're a little excited. First of all, I just want to address you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your comments about people that are in support of golf and that you respect our opinions. I obviously, that's where my heart comes from. You know, those kids are not all here today, but we know that they have the largest LPGA girls golf program in the United States. Mr. Moss, I know, is a very successful golfer, and he respects that. There's a lot of comments out there about this place not being accessible. It's probably one of the most accessible public golf courses in the country, and you guys know that. You've all been there, so we don't need to really talk about that. But what I'm here to talk to you guys about today in the limited time that, Madam Chair, that you give me, is that I had the privilege of working here in 2000 and 2001 for the City Commission when you were mayor, sir. And I was here during the debate on Bicentennial Park and the Florida Marlins at the time. And it was one of the most fascinating things that you could ever do. And I would encourage you, before you make a decision, to read the transcripts from that time, when there was a train wreck coming at the city to take that park. And what stopped that was careful planning. The city actually took the step on their own, went on offense, and created a master plan chaired by a very courageous commissioner from District 2, Johnny Winton at the time. And they stopped it. And today, we created a master plan for Bicentennial Park. And today we have one of the greatest parks in the United States, which I guess we call Maurice Ferré now, with the museums in it. And that was, but for this commission and you, Mr. Mayor, there at the time, would have been one big baseball stadium like they had in San Francisco, because that's what everybody wanted. And I think today we can be proud of what we have there. So I would encourage you, if there was anything you could do, to come up with your own plan. Come up with your own plan with world-class planners like they did back then with Elizabeth Plater-Zyberg and a whole committee of people that were disinterested. That's what we as citizens should do. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the time today. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Mark Merwitzer. I just introduced myself this morning, and I am here representing Transit Alliance. We are a proud member of the Public Land for Public Good Coalition. Public Land for Public Good Miami is a coalition of 35 organizations that advocate for collective action to ensure greater transparency, accountability, and community engagement in the decision and policy making of our elected leaders. Before I begin, I want to emphasize a key point. Public land belongs to the public, not politicians or billionaires. We urge that the decisions like this today be deferred until the following criteria and values are incorporated in all decisions of publicly owned land in the city of Miami and based on the following 6 criteria. Number 1, affordable housing. Given our current affordable housing crisis, all of City of Miami projects should create or preserve affordable housing. Number 2, displacement. Projects should not displace residents who have lived in neighborhoods for generations. Number 3, resilience. Walk the talk. We are the first in line to be wiped out by climate change. Every project in Miami needs to address climate change and climate action. Number 4, community engagement. It is absolutely essential that you respond to your constituents that voted you into office. Every project needs to ensure authentic community engagement and an education process, incorporate community feedback, and craft a community-informed proposal. Number 5, stewardship of land. This is our land. Projects need to be community-led and meet the express needs of the community. Number 6, community benefit. We need all proposals for the private use of public land to include a community benefits agreement that resulted from a meaningful community engagement session and expresses the needs and wants of the community. In sum, we ask that the city does not move forward with the Freedom Park until all stakeholders are meaningfully engaged. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And firstly, I just want to say what a privilege and honor it is to be here, especially when you look at what's happening in the world today. It's no more time more important to understand democracy. And that's why we're here. And it's why I came here in 2000. When I came to the US, there was an immigration poster that said, "Welcome to the brightest beacon of freedom in the world." And I asked Tommy in Boston what he meant by that. And he said, well, in America, we're guided to do right by our democracy by looking at the facts and the truth. And that's something I think we need to do here today. Get rid of the swirl and look at the facts and the truths. Right now, Mel Rees, and I respect all the golfers, don't get me wrong, you're playing on a contaminated site. Contamination is no good. You have to pay to play. It's not free. And it loses city money. That's not good. And that's a truth and a fact. So let's look at the truth and fact of what Miami Freedom Park can bring to this city, what the freedom to dream can bring to this city. A world-class entertainment, sports, 58-acre park, recreational destination, the heartbeat of the city for all Miamians and visitors to enjoy, not just pay to play. And by doing this, we're going to create 15,000 direct and indirect jobs. Fact, truth, they matter. They matter in America. The club is going to pay 57% over fair market value for the land. Fact, truth, facts and truth matter in America. $2.67 billion paid to the city over the lease term in rent. Fact, truth, I'll say it again, facts and truth matter in America. $6.3 billion in tax payments to the city. Fact, truth. Say it with me. Facts and truth matter in America. Let's be guided by them. $25 million contribution to parks. Fact, truth, I'll say it again. Facts and truth matter in America. Let's be guided by the facts and the truth, not the swirl. $36 million in environmental remediation. Fact, truth, they matter in America. Let's be guided by the facts and by the truth.
Thank you. Thank you.
Chair, if I could get the speaker's name, sir, if I could just get your name for the record.
Michael Ridley, 2825 Coconut Avenue, City of Miami. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Chairwoman, Commissioner, good afternoon. My name is Alex Lastra. My address is 3123 Gifford Lane, a resident of Miami, City of Miami. I'm here to speak highly supportive of Freedom Park. I do not consider the Mel Rees golf course an asset to us right now. It's utilized by very few people, and what the Freedom Park and the Moss family is presenting is going to open up to the general public a much greater use and a much greater financial return to the city. So in my mind, this is a no-brainer. I highly encourage you to support the application.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Bernard Toledo. I am a City of Miami resident my entire life, and I am currently a Miami-Dade County Public Schools teacher at Booker T. Washington Senior High School. As you can tell on my shirt, I'm a big Inter-Miami fan. I'm a member of Vice City 1896. We are a supporters group that has done community work between beach cleanups, toy drives, and many other things that we do to help out the community, but not only that, support this soccer team. But it goes a little bit bigger than just supporting this soccer team. Being a supporter for a team like this means not only the world to me, but our children that we bring along with us. We're trying to pave the way for them to use this as an avenue to come together, to trust others, and to build a family. As we come together every Saturday or every Sunday, we drive all the way to Fort Lauderdale. We waste a lot of our money, we waste a lot of our resources, and as a teacher, we don't really make much. As we come together as this group, we help give each other jobs. We've helped our children become lifelong friends with each other. We've built bonds between family that are irreplaceable for life, and I just want to thank everybody here for participating in their civic duty, for helping the city residents get the best deal possible. I believe our ownership is ready to give us the best deal. I think it's a way better deal than what's going on with the golf course, and it gives us an opportunity to come to a stadium that we can be proud of and come bring our kids here so they can be proud of it as well and build a legacy. So it's up to you guys, up to everyone together to make the best decision, and I trust that we will, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for affording me this opportunity. My name is Oscar Rodriguez, and I am the property owner of 2750 Northwest South River Drive, 1701 and 1801 Delaware Parkway, and I am a very proud alum of Patato Pascual, which was done in Grapeland Park when I was a little boy. I think the single most important aspect of this entire proposal is the park aspect. of the proposal. Not only for the park that will be generated by the proposal, but the $25 million contribution to the parks. Parks are where we congregate. Parks are where we meet our community. Parks are where our children play. Approximately 4 years ago, the community spoke in overwhelming fashion. In any political election, and you get 60%, you won in a landslide. They spoke, and they spoke loudly that the city should negotiate with this group, a group that has done nothing but for their history, comply and bring beautiful things to the city of Miami. And I can tell you from experience that negotiating with the administration of the city of Miami is not a cakewalk in any way, shape, or form. And that's exactly how it should be. They are there to do the people's work. And I believe when you look at the specifics of this proposal and the benefits, that the administration has done exactly that. And you should all be very proud of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Oscar Amus, 13499 Biscayne Boulevard, North Miami. Thank you for having me here today. Honorable Mayor, thank you so much. Council members, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. I will support Freedom of Park all the way. I'm an advocate to autism soccer, and this is a fact. I've been rejected more than 2 times to do a walk or to do any kind of a golf tournament in that place. And since Inter Miami is running the club, they've been support autism soccer and support more than 3,000 kids in the last few years that they've been on board. So I will say, please vote yes for the Freedom of Park.
Please vote yes for my future.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Tomas Kennedy. I reside in 2307 Southwest 10th Street, Miami, Florida. So I'll be quick. I think this is a terrible deal for the public. It's a 99-year no-bid deal to sell one of our largest public assets under market value. I just want to ask folks, whatever happened to free market capitalism? Because what this sounds like to me is the city government putting their thumb on the scale on behalf of a billionaire. Meanwhile, under this commission's watch, Miami has become the most unaffordable city in the country. Our public transportation is a mess. Our infrastructure is decaying. I believe Grant Stern talked about this. I don't even want to think what traffic is going to look like if this is built. As I told you all my address. I live relatively close to the stadium. I'm just terrified by it. So I'll just finish up by saying this deal is probably already cooked and the fix is in. I commend Commissioner Reyes, who I've been critical of in the past, but I think you've been spot on. You're my commissioner, actually. I think you've been spot on. I commend you for criticizing this really bad deal. I urge all of you to vote no, especially you, Commissioner Russell. I think you should vote no. This is a crappy deal for the residents, and we have more pressing issues at hand, like figuring out how tenants can remain in this increasingly unaffordable city, not helping billionaires continue to profit off the back of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ricardo Blanco. I reside at 2333 Brickell Avenue. I'm here today to represent our future generations and global grassroots initiatives to ensure that sports and recreation are accessible to all and to prioritize the philosophy of utilizing sport as a platform to uphold the ideals of fair play, leadership, diversity, and team spirit. I'm a true product of Miami-Dade, born and raised here, to Cuban parents that have given everything for me to be here today, and I'm very prideful of that. The 50-year vision established in the Miami-Dade County Park and Open Space System Master Plan is that great parks, public spaces, natural and cultural areas, streets, greenways, blueways, and trails will create the framework for a sustainable community. Such a plan for the public realm cannot be considered as an isolated system, but one that is integrated into the overall fabric of the community and one that will create the kind of place where residents want to live, employers want to do business, and tourists want to visit. So how do we create a seamless, sustainable system of parks, recreation, open space, green land for this and for future generations, for our kids, and hopefully for my own? It begins with voting yes to Miami Freedom Park. Thank you for all your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Mike Hill. I work with Unite Here, Local 355. Our union represents hospitality workers here locally and across the country, including thousands of stadium workers and hotel workers. We're here to express our support for Miami Freedom Park and let you know that they have complied with the city's labor peace requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Donald Lockerbie, 6205 Blue Lagoon. I work for the Parker Company. We are a 54-year-old Miami company with headquarters here in Miami, as well as London, Zurich, and Dubai. We have blossomed because we have been here in Miami. We have become a global firm because we have the beautiful Miami city to work with and have the resources to offer our services around the world. I manage the sports and events group at Parker. What does that mean? What it means is that we have been working on stadiums all over the world. And in 2018, right after the vote was cast in November of 2018, I had the privilege and was brought on board by Jorge and Jose Mas, and with Mr. Alvarez as well, and David Beckham, to begin master planning the opportunity of a sports stadium that ended up being the temporary stadium in Fort Lauderdale. And it was temporary from the day we conceived of it. And as Jorge Mas has rightfully said, it was built in 8 months. 8 months, because it was going to be built fast and well and full of quality, but for the duration of the time that the team needed to be there, because home was going to always be Miami. It was always going to be Miami. And I would urge anybody here who has said and has been against this opportunity, and I hear about unaffordable housing being there. If I play golf there as well, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon when the Lufthansa flight flies off to Germany, the whole place shakes. No one wants to live on that golf course. They'll want to enjoy it as a park, they'll want to enjoy it for shopping, and the 2 hours that they might be at a soccer match. That's the kind of land we're talking about giving to this team, to turn it into billions of dollars of value, when we all know that this city loses money every year maintaining that golf course. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Leo Galarza. I reside in 1170 Northwest 11th Street. As you can see, I'm wearing my pink jersey as a part of the supporters group, which is Nación Rosa y Negro. I have been doing this since this was nothing. There was no name, there was no team, there were no players, there was nothing. I have seen how this project came all the way up since nothing. So I think Miami needs just not a stadium, needs to get the community together. And the perfect way to get a community together is bringing football to Miami. I just ask the commissioners to think about it. It's going to be a great way. I will see you for sure in Freedom Park, and especially in the supporter section with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alex Avellaned, 3585 Poinciana Street. First, I commend you, Christine King. Welcome to the Commission of Miami, newly elected. First of all, I commend all of you for showing up here today after so many years in this, I will say battle, the right word, it's actually battle with the city. I commend also Mayor Francis Suarez for his leadership on taking this step forward. And I have a simple one question for all the commissioners, elected officials who have been opposing this throughout the years. I think there's been enough time for you guys to bring a viable project to the table that could slightly even compared to the magnitude of the benefits and great public benefits for the entire city. And I haven't heard one single one of you bring something to the table that residents can compare. So I still don't get the fact that, it keeps on getting opposed when it has been clear that 60% of the voters already said yes to this. And no other project will bring the value of over $1 billion that they will 100% fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Estefania Jimenez, and I reside in 111 Southwest 1st Avenue, Miami, Florida. And I come here today because I am in favor of the Miami Freedom Park project, as I believe this will bring a positive impact and great opportunities for the community and the public with the amenities that it'll bring. For example, one being the largest park in the city. It would increase community engagement, promote public health, increase in tourism, and an opportunity to tap into the developing communities around and provide safe places for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to let me stand here. My name is Fernando Fiore, and I live in 4775 Collins Avenue, Miami Beach. And I will be short to the point. We did, in 1998, we have a team that it was called Miami Fusion, and we ended up playing in Fort Lauderdale, and the team disappeared. We have to reverse that. Our team is an Inter-Miami, and they have to play in Miami because it's a great project. I see for the last 3.5 years a lot of facts and truth, like Mike really said, about numbers and good things that will happen with this project. I didn't see any one of the haters to tell me a different numbers or a different situation that it will make me change my mind. So we have a project now that is going to be good not only for us, but for the next generations. We think that the people spoke in 2018, we give them the chance. There was a referendum that voted over 60% of the people said yes. So please remember, Vox Populi, Vox Dei. La voz del pueblo es la voz del Dios. Aguante Inter Miami. We have about 3 months ago, a lot of people outside of this same building asking for Miami to be a host city for the World Cup. This is the perfect combination. Vote yes. Thank you.
Gracias. Hello.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Raul Bandari. I live at 5375 Northwest 7th Street, resident of Miami. This is a defining moment in our city's history. Miami Freedom Park is more than just a project or something to check off a list. This is the beginning of the future, and to build it takes time, takes patience, takes a lot of support. To have that future, we must invest and build in it today, in the present. Soccer is the fastest growing sport in this country. In terms of average attendance, we are only behind football and baseball in terms of attendance, despite their vast history in this country. Soccer came to this country in an exciting and palatable manner for the World Cup in 1994, where we hosted it. And then 1996, MLS was born. That just shows the growth and the history that we have in this country, that we have the ability to grow, that we have the freedom to dream. I myself attended a match, 2018, Real Madrid versus Manchester United at Hard Rock Stadium, sold-out crowd of 64,000 people. That was one of the best experiences I've had in my short time on this planet. I'm as old as MLS. So I think it's just it's a no-brainer for the city to consider this deal and look at all the options we have and picture the future, the posterity, the dreams and hopes that we hold dear to ourselves and for, again, the children. Think of the players who will want to break into the first team, who will go through the academy, who pick up a soccer ball and they play with their father in their backyard. That's where it begins. So I just hope that the city takes this into consideration, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm grateful for the freedom to dream.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Gravis Vasquez, former NBA player, and being related with sports, I think this is a championship project. I truly believe talent wins games, but working as a team wins championships. I think what the project is bringing to the city makes a tremendous impact in our youth. Being a parent, having a kid that plays soccer, unfortunately he doesn't play basketball, but he plays soccer, he loves soccer. I think just bringing our family together and making this tremendous impact on the community, the residents, is going to be important. So I think it's going to separate our city from the rest of the city, and it's going to make, obviously, it's already the best city in the United States of America. But right now, what Mr. Mass is doing is something that no one else is doing it, and we should consider that, and we should vote yes. So thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Scott Wood. I live in 68 Southeast 6th Street. I want to, first of all, thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts on this project. I think Miami Freedom Park is an amazing opportunity for the city of Miami and ourselves, the residences. I've seen and share the passion we have in this city for this global sport and the eagerness to bring this amazing park where the community can come together. Today's golf course has limited our opportunity to use the green spaces efficiently. This new park will give us, the City of Miami residences, a new, beautiful park with green spaces to enjoy without any expense. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexis Castellano. I live at 900 Biscayne Boulevard. I'm a South Florida native. I grew up playing soccer here and then got the privilege to play at the University of Miami. Playing soccer as a kid, it was always super hard to find fields that were open because there were always games going on the weekends and throughout the week. So I was even privileged to play soccer professionally abroad, and I know how much influence this project will have on the future soccer stars of Miami. With the creation of the Miami Freedom Park, it'll allow for so many young athletes and families to be able to find the space to train or enjoy the weather without being at the beach. Miami Freedom Park will also serve as a location for events ranging from tournaments to World Cups that would benefit and bring in revenue to the city of Miami. So when considering the creation of this park, consider the future of Miami and the opportunity to change the city for the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Ceballos. Actually, this is my daughter, and we used to live in Great Bland Park, and that's where she was born, and been a lifelong soccer fan here, and been waiting 40 years for a team to represent Miami and to be able to play in Miami. And we're actually part of Vice City 1896, which is the same year you have on your seal back there, which is the city of Miami when it was created. So we don't want to wait another 40 years to have a team to be able to play in Miami. So we want you to vote yes for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Lawrence McMillan, 1756 North Bayshore Drive in the city of Miami, Miami resident, where I've lived for about 11 years. So, over those 11 years, I've seen the city grow and evolve and change and, really become my home. And I don't plan on leaving. With that said, I'm raising two young sons. So I grew up playing Little League football and baseball and basketball and was never really any good. But I developed lifelong friendships that I still have today. And the same thing is happening with my kids, with soccer, sort of growing up playing soccer, and what better use of a space. So soccer is super inclusive. It's one of the few sports that I found where, you meet people and you're engaged and you're inclusive and the barrier to entry is really, really low. So, I think it is a much better use of the space as opposed to what it is now, and really looking forward to this project coming to life. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Lauren Voorhees, 801 Brickell Key Boulevard, born and raised Miamian, second generation. Growing up, I went to Dolphins games with my cousins and my dad because that's what they did growing up with my grandfather, who was also born and raised here. So for us, we've had many dinner conversations about this for, quite frankly, years and years, just in anticipation of the stadium finally getting here. For us, it's honestly just a no-brainer. I don't really even see why we wouldn't do it. It's going to bring 15,000 jobs. It's going to bring tons of tourists. We want to cement ourselves as this, international sports destination, and this would do that. We've got other sports. We saw the success of other teams. We've seen it around the world, and we would continue to be a sports destination for everyone to come. It's right next to the airport. I just can't see any reason why it wouldn't be the perfect fit. And again, just give back to the community and keep the sense of community that I think we've all spoken about today and how important that is. So very much in support of this, and I hope everyone else will vote yes as well.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would wish to speak on behalf of this item? Anyone else for public comment? Okay, at this time I am closing the public comment period. Oh. Well, no, you're not public. Oh, you don't.
I was sure he was going to be here today.
I don't
Billy,
know.
you're out there anywhere?
Commissioner Carollo, the public comment period has now closed. Thank you, everyone, for your comments, and thank you for coming. I have one request of our city attorney. Madam City Attorney, could you read into the record the charter amendment question that went before the voters? Because I had heard a couple of comments that I don't think was inclusive of what they voted for. Do you have a charter amendment?
I do, but I guess you're asking me to read the actual question?
Yes.
Like what
that
was
went
on the
before,
ballot?
Yes. I have it here if you need it.
I have it. Thank you, Chair, for bailing me out just in case. Shall Miami's charter be amended authorizing the city to negotiate, execute a 99-year lease with Miami Freedom Park LLC for approximately 73 acres of city land, waiving bidding, converting Mel Reese Country Club, 1400 Northwest 37th Avenue, at no cost to the city, to soccer stadium, minimum 1 million square feet office, retail, commercial uses, minimum 750 hotel rooms, living wage for on-site employees, $3,577,365 minimum annual rent, $20 million for 58-acre public park or other green space? Question mark.
Okay, thank you, Madam City Attorney, because there were some who spoke and said that there was no stadium and the voters voted for this. And do you recall the percentage of the voters that voted in favor of this?
I'll have to look that up, Chair.
I have it here. It was 60% of the voters that voted in favor of, and I'm bringing this to your attention to advise that here, our job is not to decide whether or not we allow the Miami Freedom Park to be at the Mel Reese. That was decided by the voters. It is our responsibility today to make sure that the agreement makes sense for the residents of the city of Miami. That is our job today before us. It is not to decide whether we have the stadium or don't have the stadium. And I just wanted to put that on the record. And
Madam Chair.
at this point, I will, as I do with
No,
all of
just a question.
all of the commission,
Point of clarification.
point of clarification. Go ahead.
The question is if that authorizes the city to enter into negotiations, not that accept any negotiation or that, I mean, determine that the stadium must be built at that place. It just authorizes the city of Miami to enter into negotiation, because I don't want to be in a confusion that I've heard many times. The voters decided no. The voters were asked because the bidding process was circumvented, the voters decided that the city of Miami shall enter into negotiation to build a stadium and the millions of construction that square feet that were going to be constructed. If you read it, that's what it says. It's enter into negotiation. Doesn't mean we have to, or the city of Miami should approve. Every time that we that is how
Thank you, thank you, Commissioner Reyes. It says to negotiate, to execute a 99-year lease, converting the Mel Reese Country Club. No.
Ma'am, execute if we accept it.
Madam City Attorney, because I want this clear for the record. The voters voted to have the stadium at the Mel Reef Golf Course?
Right, so everything had to do with this property, but I believe that what's being asked is that you're authorized, you're not forced. Like, that's...
Okay, all right. Now, so let me establish some rules. As I do with all of the commission meetings, I'm going to go to my vice chair, and then I'm going to go to the district commissioner and the commissioners thereon in numerical order. I'm going to ask that we limit our comments to 15 minutes, and then if there's a second round, that's good?
I'm sorry, but before I go with my first 15 minutes, give me a minute or two to get back to what Commissioner Reyes and you were discussing.
Okay, go right ahead.
In essence, the voters, thank you, Madam Chair. In essence, the voters approved to have this concept at the Mel Reese site. However, they also authorized us to negotiate. It's not a given, and that's why we're here today. So I think you both are right. Voters did authorize and approve for this to happen there, but they also authorized us to negotiate the deal for them. That's all I have to say on that, so you can start my 15 now.
Mr. City Clerk.
Give me the slow watch. After 3+ years that this has been negotiated back and forth, I mean, my God, why did it take so long? I know that partly we had COVID and we had the pandemic, but still, this was not so difficult that it would have taken, even with a pandemic, 3+ years to have negotiated. We're now at a point where, in weeks past, and let me say this first before I proceed with what I was going to say. Everyone has a right to their opinion. No matter how right or wrong they're in their opinion, they have a right, and you have to respect it, whether you agree with it or you disagree with it. But what people don't have a right to do is to come and defame, to lie, to attack and try to bring something down because they're getting paid to play in some cases. And what I have seen from some, I still can't believe it, that the individual that freely admits and is proud of, I mean, he's actually proud of it, and I'm not going to use the word that he used, but that he's proud that he stuck it to the city of Miami, the county, to our local governments in what he accurately portrays as the worst deal ever with the Miami Marlins, would have the goal with that ugly voice of his to now come and be painted as the savior of this unholy alliance to, no matter what, kill the deal that voters approved that they wanted us to negotiate. So the guy that stuck it to our community in the worst deal ever now wants to come back and stick it to our community again in bringing down the best stadium deal that not only we have ever seen in South Florida, but I dare to say, the state of Florida. I haven't traveled as much lately as the mayor. He says in the U.S., I'll stick to the state until I can confirm otherwise. No other deal for a stadium down here in the past decades, with the exception of Joe Robbie, who was a dear friend, and much more a dear friend when I was out of government than when I was in government, that he built Joe Robbie Stadium, and I still call it that, and will always call it that, Joe Robbie Stadium, on his own dime. But the minute he passed, government has come in and poured millions into it. But every other deal, even the Miami Heat deal, that frankly, it would not have happened if I hadn't been the mayor and had done a few things, including showing Mayor Pinellas where, when he thought that they didn't have the money to do it, where there were monies in the county for the deal to come forward from our side of it in the city, for us to be paid what we needed to be paid for our land. And that deal was sold to our whole community as the heat weren't taking any taxpayers' money, that they were putting all the money in. Well, that's not the case. That's not the case. It's not a deal anywhere near as bad as the Marlins deal, but it was a very highly subsidized deal also, that I think it's just recently we started seeing a few dollars out of it, even after winning several national titles. Now, let me go back so that we could put things in perspective into the hypocrisy of all this. And, you know, I wonder if some people want to kill this just because is Jorge and Jose Mas are involved. And at the same time, I will tell you, I don't think that they should get any kind of a deal just because they're Jorge Mas and Jose Mas. But at the same time, this deal should not be killed just because they're involved in it. Now, let me go into the hypocrisy of all this, because none of these people that are screaming on this, which, by the way, so few live in the city of Miami. Mr. Sampson doesn't live in the city. Little Billy doesn't live in the city. In fact, I almost feel bad. It's the last time I talked about where he lived. I think his grandfather got ticked off and he had to move out in the free rent he was getting, so now he's in the county and, well, may not go there because maybe code enforcement from the county might show up. But the stuff that Sampson was telling you about, that he stuck it to us in the worst deal and trying to compare it to this, a deal that not a cent of taxpayers' money is being put into it. Ask yourself, why didn't he mention the name of who was mayor at the time? How interesting. Do you think if Joe Carroy would have been the one that had pushed that and would have been the mayor, they wouldn't be throwing my name, crucifying me? You better believe they would. I'll tell you why. Because it was Manny Diaz, their great chairman of their statewide party, who was part of that clique trying to kill this project. Let's look at the hypocrisy of it. And Mr. Diaz was mayor for numerous years here. He knew this. Melreese Golf Course. In 26 years, I'm not going to start in 93, I'm going to start in 94, until the beginning of 20. We have one more year, but it's not audited, so I'm not going to use it. This is what has cost the city of Miami in these 26 years. An average of $795,700.96. This is what Melreese Golf Course has cost us in the 26 years from 94 to just the beginning of 20. I'm having to estimate I have from 2006-7 to 2019-20, $14,688,225.17. That included $5 million from the Sports Authority. Thank God that I was around here and remember that, because I would not have gotten that from the city either. Like more monies that I believe that were spent there that because it was so old and the city hasn't kept the best bookkeeping, I don't have. I'm estimating from 94 to the end of 05, beginning of 06, at much less than the last amounts that I was given in 06, 07, which is almost 600,000, and then 07, 08, 549,000, because the city hasn't been able to find those numbers yet. But every year, they were very large numbers that we were losing money. Why wasn't anyone outraged on that? Now, this wasn't a lease, it was a management contract, but why didn't the management contract that was basically like a lease with all that we were paying, why didn't any of these people ever complain that it had not gone out to bid when we were losing all this money? They had the best lobbyists you could have in the city throughout many years. But let's not just jump here on the golf course. Let's go next door to a 12-acre site that's got 4 baseball fields. From what I've been given, they started in the year 2011-12. In those 9 years, this site that is under another management contract, and guess what? It didn't go out to an RFP, to any kind of bid either. And I'm not hearing any of these people scream about it. It's costing the city, on the average of those 9 years, $187,097.44 for a total of those 9 years of $1,683,877. In Melreese Golf Course, we're looking at an approximate $20,688,225.17. If we were to do a contract for soccer in the commercial side at these rates, can you imagine how little we will be getting, way below what's been negotiated already? So, no matter what deals before us, that I hear some, a few, scream so much that what a bad deal it is. It's a better deal than anything that I've shown you here that we've had there for years, and none of these people ever have been outraged or said a word. I'll grant this, it's green space, yes. It's not a park because we can't use it, but even the green spaces out there, in order for you to be able to go into it, you have to pay $90. $90. And of course, you got to keep your shoes on because you don't know if you'll start turning colors if you don't. How many of our residents do you think have been able to afford to go inside that green space that's not a park. Very, very few. Now, Madam Chair, would you like for me at this point, or would you like for me to wait and I'll reserve my time with anything more you would like to give me, to start going into changes that I will be proposing that are made to the contract that has been negotiated so far?
5 minutes?
Huh?
5 minutes is enough?
No, it won't be. I'd rather than
Then
wait,
we'll come-
wait and come back and save those 5 minutes with whatever else I get and come back.
Okay.
Madam
What-
Chair,
Yes.
with your indulgence, I prefer to just yield my time to Commissioner Carrorio to continue with his proposal.
It's the will of the body.
Yes.
Okay.
Go right ahead, Vice
All right.
Chair.
Look,
15
Thank you.
minutes.
15 and 5, 20.
What?
15 and 5, right? We
No.
were getting 15 apiece. I had 5 left, he's giving me 15.
Well, yielding my, yielding.
No, because you're going to want 15 in a minute.
Of
so-
course, but
of
yielding
course.
my time,
No,
yielding my
so
time means
I'm-
at least,
what-
at
what
least
I-
15.
No, what I'm willing to concede to is that that was a preamble to where you want to go now with the now you're going to negotiate, so we're going to give you 15 minutes because everyone is going to get 15 minutes for the negotiation process. So we're going to give you another 15 minutes. Fair enough?
Plus my 5, you said, right?
Well, the 5 comes, the 5 comes after, because you're going to need that 5 as well. So the 5 comes
well,
after.
You're
15.
going to want to hear this because, look, this truly right now is the most important contract that certainly this body will be negotiating in our history. There might be some others out there that are worth as much or more, but it's all on the private side. I stated that any deal that we would do here is head and shoulders above what deals that we've had for the last several decades over there. And I think you'll understand why. All that we've been getting over there is losing money. We haven't made a penny. And serious money, by the way. Not just a few $100 here and there. The start on the financial side, and then we could cover some other areas. What has been proposed is that, and this is what was approved, by the way, by the voters, was $3,577,365 that they would pay per year. We had 3 appraisals that were made, 2 from national firms, and then you had a company that was what is called a peer review to look at the other 2 appraisals and give their opinion. 2 of those companies actually went below the amount that was approved by the voters for us to negotiate. The highest of the appraisals came from Deloitte Touche, and it was an appraisal for clean land, and we all know, and we've heard here, this is not clean land that they're getting. Yes, the referendum says that we're not supposed to put a penny, but what it's talking about is in helping in the construction, etc. This is different, and particularly in 58 acres that we're getting, that's going to be ours for a park, a real park that people don't have to pay $90 to go into it. That's what I call a park. So what I am going to propose is the following. I'm going to be asking for $9,835,854 per year to begin.
Say that again. Sorry, Commissioner.
$9,835,854 a year. Let me break it down to you. Because we have to compare apples to apples, oranges to oranges. And I don't want to say, well, we're only getting so much, when we're not accounting for tens of millions that we are getting. That should be included in the full amount that we're showing on a yearly basis. Out of that amount, I want to receive upfront in cash $4,300,000 to begin with. That's some $16,500 more. Actually, yeah, $16,500 more than the highest appraisal from any of the three companies based upon if the land was clean. In other words, not contaminated. And we're giving it to them contaminated. They're paying to clean it up. And in my best English, that wasn't part of the referendum. So, the other amount, this is how I would like to work it out. They're giving us a total of $25 million, real money. $20 million was supposed to go to do the 58 acres of the park they were giving us. Is that correct, commissioners? Well, that's no longer the case of what I'm proposing. I'm proposing that they give us the park, basically done, and we use that 20 million plus an extra 5 million for bay walks. The 20 million would be used to acquiring additional parks or in spending it in improvement parks citywide, and the 5 million would be used for the areas along the bay or river most in need of bay walks. And I'll gladly leave that up to Commissioner Russell to decide what those areas are. Now, in the contract, they weren't supposed to be paying all of that until much, much later. I want half of that, $12,500,000, to be paid within the first 18 months. And then the second tranche of $12.5 million to be paid upon permits. Permits to go forward. So we would be assured of $12.5 million within 18 months. And then the next tranche should be quite quick after that. So we get our $25 million up front. If, for any reason, they don't get their go Within the first 18 months, they decided to pull out. We'll return that $12.5 million to them within 6 months at zero interest. But I don't think that's going to happen. Now, the big park that you see in the middle there, 58 acres. I want them to pay for all the lighting, and when I mean all the lighting, not just the lighting in the walkways, the LCDs in the walkway as you walk through, but actual expensive poles to the like of what they're going to put in their side, so that they pay for all our lighting and infrastructure for that lighting. They pay for all the sod, and they pay for trees in that area. And trees, of course, could be also royal palms that are very becoming of Miami, among other areas. That has a price, and I discussed it in depth with the team of attorneys that we had, and we reached an amount that is a fair amount that's got a worth of about $60 million. You know how expensive it is, commissioners. Every time we want to do a park, it's a lot more than $1 million per acre. And this is basically what we're getting here, a hair more that we're giving them credit for. So 60 and 25 that we're getting in the early stages up front is 85 million. That 85 million at the rate of 6.5%, if you run it through the 99 years, brings you to $5,535,854 per month. And out of the amount that I talked about of $9,835,854, I'm going to give him credit for $5,535,854 for this $85 million, and they're going to have to pay us even above the highest amount that we were given by the company that gave the highest amount as if the park was clean, Deloitte Touche. And that's going to be another $4,300,000. But at least we're putting what we're getting in a clear way where, and that's part of the deal. Because when you talk 5 million here, 20 there, 60 there, that's real money that's coming from their pockets. And we should acknowledge in some way, and I think this is the appropriate way of acknowledging it, and then you give them credit for that they're giving you.
Madam Chair, I want to ask the Commissioner a quick question. And I'm not going to do a lot of this, a few questions. What happens, Commissioner Carollo, the remediation is more?
I haven't even gotten there yet.
I know, but
I'm going to address that next if you
okay.
If you indulge me.
Okay.
The remediation, they estimate, is going to be upwards of $30 million. We've only given them credit for $16 million. And even the people that want to destroy this project, no matter what, because there's no amount that they could give you that these same people aren't going to say, kill it, we don't want it. So we've only given them credit for maybe half, maybe 16 million. of what they feel it would cost them. And our side certainly thinks that 16 million is a fair amount. How am I giving them credit for that? Well, the first 18 months of the lease, there's nothing that's happening whatsoever. They're trying to get the SAP done so that they could proceed in getting permits for construction. So those 18 months, it's a dead zone at that time. They're not paying anything, just like the contract that was proposed to us. But then, the following 4 years, which I hope won't take 4 years, I hope it'll take 2 more years, and that they could have a stadium built by and open to play in March of 2025, but there's a lot of variables that neither the city nor do they control. So for those 4 years, in the contract that we were given, it's asking for $500,000 from them. I'm proposing that we ask the following. The first year, $4,650,000. Second year, $4,750,000. Third year, $4,850,000. Fourth year, $4,950,000. And that we give them credit each of those 4 years for $4 million of that amount. For the 16 million, that's the only amount that we've given them credit for, and no matter how much they spent, double or more on the cleanup. Are you all following me so far?
Commissioner, what was the first, what was the first, what, hold on, hold on.
He asked me a
What
question.
was the first, he asked all of us a question. What was the first year, the payment amount?
$4,650,000. Second year, $4,750,000. Third, $4,850,000. And the fourth year, $4,950,000. Commissioner?
Commissioner Russell wants to know, what does that equate to?
This is the contamination cost?
Well, the credit that I'm giving them each of those 4 years on $4 million a year, which is 16 million, is the contamination credit that we've given them. I can't believe it's only going to be 16 million. I truly believe it's going to be more. Some might feel different, but even the people that have been attacking the most, they've been attacking and saying that it's going to be much more than 30 million. So we've only given them credit for 16 million. But what I'm doing is, instead of just throwing a credit that is not acknowledged anywhere, I'm including it within the contract, and in those 4 years, that hopefully won't take that long, we're going to give them credit each year of those 4 for the amounts that I stated would be the rent amount for $4 million each year. If they finish the stadium in the second year or third year, then they just don't have to pay us that amount. It's going to be more, because then we jump to the other amount that I discussed before.
I'm just a little confused. So the credit is in the event that they remediate the land, but then let's say it doesn't happen?
No.
Why are we crediting them for the remediation, is my question.
Well, we're crediting them, Commissioner, because, number one, we're taking and asking for even a higher amount that the highest appraisal came at if the property had been cleaned. We're not asking for what the appraisals say should be the amount that's fair market value for unclean property. So since we had agreed that we would only give them credit for 16 million out of what they estimated was more than 30 million, then I'm incorporating that credit in those 4 years while raising the initial cap that was 500,000 that they had to pay. So in essence, we're going to be getting in the first year 150,000 more, second 200 more, third 250 more, and then the last, if it reaches that, 300,000 more than the original amount for those years while they're under construction. If, for any unforeseen reasons, from them, for us, whatever the case is, we have to go into a 5th year, then I am going to propose that we ask him for a flat 2 million cash that will be in the form of $1 million rent, $1 million penalty. Full amount. And after that 5th year, if things aren't built, time's up. I believe they will get it done before. I have to believe that because I don't think they want to wait. For that matter, I don't think the league wants them to be waiting to open up 5 years from now. The other factors that need to be presented here, that outside of the almost $10 million a year lease that I'm proposing in the fashion that I propose, there's another approximately right now $44 million a year that our communities, our county is going to benefit in actual dollars. The only part that I don't like out of that is how little the city of Miami is getting. We're getting $6 million approximately. So now this turns into a $16 million a year deal. The approximate 10 plus 6. The county will be getting almost double us, 11 million. The state, around 23 million. The school board, 3.5 million. And other smaller tax entities, about $500,000 for a total of 44 million. One thing that I think is a must that we have to do, and I asked the administration to pick Deloitte Touche because they were the highest of the appraisal firms. I want to go back and do a reappraisal from the approximately 3 years since we did one. I don't know if it's 3 years or maybe a couple of months more. I know that you've heard a lot of talk that, well, rental prices in homes and apartments have gone up tremendously, and we all know they have. I know mine has. But I don't see that this is going to take that jump, and I'm going to tell you why. There's a big difference. Unfortunately, we cannot build here any residential property, whether affordable, workforce, or market rate. We're not allowed to because of the vicinity to the airport, and that's really what will kick up a much higher rate. In the commercial properties, especially retail, that quite hasn't been the case, but nevertheless, I could be wrong. I think we owe it to the residents to find out how much, if any, has this contract in the appraisal gone up. Now, if instead of going up, it's gone down because retail prices have not gone up, they've gone down. Hotels don't feel like before, etc. They cannot go below the 4,300,000 regardless. One other factor that I want, and it's a must in this lease, is that for the full 99 years, they take full responsibility for the maintenance of numerous miles of new roads inside that project, the lights that as years go by could get quite expensive in their maintenance, the sidewalk. I asked the manager earlier today to provide me with a breakdown that I think is extremely conservative of what those costs are. I haven't even had the time to add them up, but what he's given me is an average for the first 10 years. Obviously, they're newer roads, newer light poles, etc., of a little over $178,000 per year. In the next 10 years is $245,382. In the following, in the span of 21 to 30, is $338,182. Next is, following 10 years is $466,106. And again, this is the per year amount. And it goes all the way that in the last 10 years of the contract, it's an average per year of $2,317,877. Mr. Manager, can you add this up in the amounts, have someone add it up for me, in the amounts that you gave me in per year, every 10 year, what it comes to? Now,
I have it.
okay.
So the totals at the end of the lease term for the regular maintenance is a total cost of about $70 million, a little $70,394,000.
$70,384,000.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the total cost to mill and restripe over that 100 years of the roads themselves is about $27,782,000. So the total.
27 million what?
782.
782?
So the total cost to maintain the roads and that infrastructure you highlighted over the course of the 99 years is $98,176,570.
570, okay.
Yeah.
But,
Over 98 million.
Madam Chair, just a question, just want to clarify something. This is the cost through the length, the life of the contract,
Correct.
which is 99 years.
Correct. Sir.
That's right. That will have to pay this as, in a yearly basis or as needed.
Correct.
Is as needed, or there is a fixed amount that have to be, that
No.
we're gonna receive?
No, this is not, they're going to bear the responsibility for the maintenance.
That's right.
This is costing out that value.
They're gonna cost them, but what I'm trying to clarify is that this is not an amount of money that they will have to come up and dish out this money every year. It is as needed.
Correct.
And what we are forecasting is that there is gonna be some repairs requirement and all of that.
Correct.
And as they come up, they will be taken care of. I mean, they're responsible for fixing everything that it is. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to clarify that.
There's a nut that you're estimating that could be higher, but your estimate is almost $100 million through the life of the contract that is going to be required of maintenance, resurfacing, of roads, lights, sidewalks, etc., that they will be responsible for. Now, I wasn't quite sure.
No cost to the city.
Huh?
No cost.
Of course,
to the
no
city.
cost to the city. And this is in addition to everything else that we've gone over. I didn't even know how to begin right now, especially since I got it late. And since it's not a fixed number every year, to incorporate this, like I did the others, into a yearly amount. But this is what I'd like to do with this amount. I want them to commit to the following: that in the new appraisal, it will never go below of the actual paying amount that they're going to have to do each year, besides the ones that they're paying up front that then they're getting credit for. Never go below $4,300,000 per year. $4,300,000. Now, if I could stop there before I go on, and I think it's important that I include this. This contract has a minimum of 2% CPI increase every year. It could go up to 4%. The average in the last 100 years has been 2.6.
3.26.
3.26
in the last 100 years.
26.
Yeah.
That's correct. 3.26. It's the last 100 years. You've had some years that have been higher, some lower, but that's the average.
I think the highest was 20% and the lowest was negative 15% in that range. Average 3.26.
Sure. So we have an average for the last 100 years of 3.26. I feel comfortable with the 4% cap that we have based on the 100 years average that we've had. With just the increase every year of 3.26, this contract by the end of year 99 would be paying at a minimum, $90,577,415.21. And for the full 99 years would have paid the city almost $740 million. $2.74 billion. So you can see that while maybe 3.26 doesn't sound awfully large, it is. Once you start compounding it every year, it adds up. Those that pay interest in their mortgages, when they just see a 0.25% increase, they know what I'm talking about. So, having said that, let me go back to where I was going. There's going to be a new appraisal to make sure what the market rate holds. Even if it's below, and it could come back on this project, that instead of going up, it could go down. I don't know. Because they're limited in what they could build there. They cannot build there, as I said before, any kind of residential. So they could never go below $4,300,000 per year, plus the additional amount that we're asking and that we're going to give them credit for because they're paying it up front. That brings it to the $9,835,854 a year. However, here's the area that I've looked at. We're charging them top price, even above what the highest firm said the market rate holds if the land was clean. It's not clean. So what I propose is that if it comes higher, whatever that is, instead of lower, that we split the amount and the increase to the contract between unclean land and clean land.
Could you explain that, please?
Yeah,
Be more specific, because I got an idea, but I want to follow that.
sure. The appraisals that we have gotten have been based on what is the land worth if it's clean, no contamination. Yeah, and what is the land worth with contamination. I've been using the highest of the highest appraisals for clean land, not contaminated, what it is. So what I am saying, on the new appraisals, we've established the rates that we're going to charge them across the board now. But in the new appraisal, what I am proposing is that if it goes higher than 4.3, that the number we're going to use is going to be the middle number between unclean, contaminated land and not contaminated land. At the same time, let's say that, little Billy, and his Night of the Living Dead medical marijuana legion are correct. And this is going to go up, and, it's going to be another $30 million it's worth and all this. Well, I will include in that if for any unforeseeable reason the price is beyond what they would want to pay, what they think would be fair market value and they would want to pay, well, they're already outside of fair market value. We're charging them a lot more and getting a lot more from them. But if they don't want to accept whatever amount is in the fashion that I described, they could get out of the project.
And if that, excuse me, if that happens, if they get out of the project, and it's one thing that really, one issue that I have, they get out of the project. But
so you can understand we're talking weeks.
Yes, I'm talking weeks. But it's just a clarification. If they get out of the deal, and meanwhile, before they get out of the deal, they have entered into subleases, then we will be stuck with them for 99 years. I just want to clarify that we are
won't
not.
happen for legal conversations that I've had with the city attorney. So that can happen.
That cannot happen.
That cannot happen
City attorney,
for
that cannot
legal
happen.
conversations that I've had with.
Yeah, Commissioner, if I may, what he's proposing, if I understand it correctly, Commissioner correct me if I'm wrong, they just simply would not execute the lease. If the appraisal came in higher, they wouldn't execute the agreement.
Okay,
That's in essence.
okay, but I wanted to clarify that, because what really, I mean, I felt concerned was that walk out of the deal. You see, that part of walk out of the deal. Walk out of the deal and what are we left with? You see? That's what the part that concerned me. Okay? What responsibility we have and what we will do with, and how we will repair any whatever has been done.
Now, I think I've gone through all the points that I wanted to bring. Mayor, Mr. Manager, remind me if I left anything out.
I don't think so.
Okay. And by the way, I'd like to thank the mayor and the manager and the city attorney. They've spent quite a bit of hours in trying to put this together. We didn't leave my district office last night until 8. The day before, the group we met was at night, 9 at night, and on Monday it was close to 8 also. So, you know, I appreciate the work you've all done. There's one other area that I want to make part of this lease. University of Miami. If anybody had doubts that the Canes are back, they shouldn't anymore. Look at the recruiting that Cristobal's been doing. It's amazing. I mean, it's this year alone, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we finish in the top 10, if not more. Having said that, as part of this lease, I would like to include a provision that we are making part of the lease, assigning to the organization that they meet with the University of Miami and I'm talking about not just meetings, saying hi and giving a quick offer, and true meetings to try to get them to be part of the stadium deal. Obviously, the stadium then would have to grow larger from the 27, 28,000 that they're planning to 45, 50,000. But I think this is a one in a lifetime opportunity for the University of Miami and the city of Miami too, and to have in a new stadium soccer, international soccer, and the University of Miami football to be played. I would give you, because I know the time constraints that you have, so that you could give to them, that we've given you in the contract 90 days for them to decide to come in or not. That's the last part that I would require, unless I, forgot a smaller point or two, that then I will revisit later. You're a King fan, right, Chairman? A big King fan, I hear.
You a King?
I'm not a King. I didn't attend University of Miami.
It's okay. You can still be a King
Still a
fan.
fan. Still a fan.
I don't have anything against UM, although I'm a Gator, but I have nothing against it.
Bottom line is, this deal has been sweetened by hundreds of millions of dollars during the life of this contract. So, and that's after they were negotiating for 3+ years.
Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Wow. Next up would be you, Commissioner Russell. Do you have anything to add?
District Commissioner first, you said?
He is not here. That's why I went to you.
All right.
He's calling the UM, letting them know.
He was wondering.
Got it.
Is the telephone, I mean.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome.
I agree with your sentiments early, Madam Chair, that this is not a political decision at this point. This is our job, gatekeeping this deal to make sure it's as good as it should be for our taxpayers, our residents, our green space, and if it's not, we should reject it. But the voters seem to hope that we do. So our efforts are to get to yes, but we must be vigilant in saying no if we cannot get consensus from our management, from each other, and from the development group to meet our needs. So I believe we should be very firm on the things we're asking for. We've had lots of time to study this. Now, the things that I asked for happened 4 years ago when it went to ballot. It was very important to me that we don't put it to ballot unless it was something we knew that we could approve later on. And the problem for me was that a lot of what is in our code and charter is insufficient for a deal of this size. And here's what I mean by that. No net loss parks in our city is very vaguely laid out. It's a very poorly written piece of our charter and code. It doesn't talk about the time in which you need to replace lost green space. It doesn't talk about who needs to pay for it. It's simply a zoning exercise. It doesn't say if it has to be new land or your own existing land. And so the base legal letter of the law requirement for no net loss is really nothing. And so we worded the ballot very carefully. And the requirements we had of them went above and beyond our code and charter, at least in order to earn my vote that day. And we got there. And so today's the day whether we see whether or not what our administration has negotiated is sufficient. And what has been presented in the draft lease, as I mentioned in the last commission meeting, is insufficient when it comes to no net loss to me. When a child walks into a park, they can tell you if it's a park or not. That's the toddler test. And if they walk into a park that you've created, they'll tell you if it's a real park or not, or if it's a median, or if it's a parking lot. And they're leasing 70 acres for their commercial development, hotel, office, stadium, parking, restaurant, retail. But because of the way the code is written, charter is written, they're only replacing 20 acres of green space. And any child would look out there now and see a bunch of green, and they'd look out there later, and they would see of the 70 that was turned into commercial, only 20 is coming back as green. So it's not enough. Now, I don't want to just utilize the weakness in the code to reject it. I want to make it better so that it serves our city and its green space. For the reasons that Commissioner Reyes has been so opposed, rather than being a dead set no, I want to find a solution. And if it works, it works. So I'm going to have a proposal in here to that effect. Contamination is the other issue. I wouldn't even be here today if it weren't for a contaminated park in front of my house. I was selling surfboards and teaching kite surfing. And when they closed down Merry Christmas Park and playing yo-yos, I had retired from playing yo-yos. When they closed down Merry Christmas Park, I organized the neighborhood and took on the city and got that park remediated appropriately and paid for appropriately. There were 5 other contaminated parks in the city that many of you and I have worked on together. And in the last 7 years, we as a commission have funded and chased down and remediated 85 acres of contaminated parks in our city of Miami that was discovered before I was elected. And in that process, I've learned about how remediation works. The one at Merry Christmas was pretty basic. The one at Douglas Park was one of the most sophisticated remediations I've ever even heard of. Your new park, you're welcome.
Thank you.
And the remediation that's being proposed here, whether it's 16 million or 30 million, I've seen the plans.
Yes.
And it is incredibly sophisticated. Not only does it involve removing contamination, it involves an impervious liner so that rainfall cannot get through to the contamination and contaminate our water table, which it currently is. Removing all of the surface, because as you know, not only the landfill that it was, but the golf course that it is contributes to contamination within pesticides, fertilizers, weed killers, all of which can leach right to the Miami River, which it abuts. They're going to remediate all of that. And then the sophistication of the remediation is that as rainfall goes down and hits that liner, it goes to these chimneys that sends the water down clean to the water table. That's very expensive.
It is.
And I'm glad to see that that $30 million is in there and that they're honoring their commitment to remediate the park on their dime. But if we then rent to them at the value of a contaminated park, if we give them a discount, whether it's 16 million or 30 million discount on their rent, who's really paying for that remediation? We are. We are. And so I believe that when the appraisal comes back, I don't believe we split the difference. I believe we take the proper, highest appraisal for highest and best use for clean property. Because I don't see why we would shortchange our residents on the remediation that is on their shoulders and to get the highest possible rent from ours. And so I spoke to our city attorneys and our outside attorneys to say, is that too much? Is that unreasonable? Are we double dipping here? Because they're saying, well, we're paying for the remediation, so we shouldn't have to pay for a clean park in the rent. But they're going to be getting clean rents from their tenants, not contaminated site rents. So that's what I'm comfortable with, is that they pay the highest rent. Because people are wondering, how come the rent seems low to us? We don't have an education in this, but for 70 acres, $3.5 million just doesn't sound right. And I think we need to make sure our residents are getting the maximum rent for what's being asked. And if the promise was, we're going to clean that park on our dime, that means we're not going to collect a rent on a dirty park that's been cleaned. So that's important to me. The First Tee program, that was one of my asks 4 years ago. You've absolutely come through on that promise. I understand from their board that they are satisfied with their relocation, the funds, the new course that they'll be able to manage, and those kids will not have to go far away to continue learning how to golf. The living wage ordinance was the thing we fought the hardest about 4 years ago, negotiated. There was a belief on the developer side that they simply wouldn't be able to lease out to subtenants if they required them to also pay $15 an hour at the time, the living wage. But that's what we talked about till 2 a.m. And they finally conceded and agreed to a $15 an hour living wage, which was unprecedented, never heard of in an unsubsidized stadium. Well, that was 4 years ago. And the state actually caught up with us and maybe even proved them wrong. By the time this stadium is built, everyone in Florida will have to be paid a minimum wage of $15 an hour because that's what Florida voters decided. So their living wage is now going to be the minimum wage. And so I'd like to make sure that the words living wage is what is honored. And that is defined in the county. And the living wage is defined, it's currently $18 because things move and costs go up. And I'd like to see them honor that living wage for all employees on site, tenants and subtenants, for the life of the lease. Speaking of labor, they also agreed to 20% of union labor, organized labor in the construction of everything there and of the workforce. I'd like to make sure that includes electrical. And I'd like them to honor the responsible wage in construction section of our code, which is 18-120, as it would apply to them in our already existing code. That was brought up earlier by the representative from IBEW. I required that they come to labor peace agreements in all hospitality, and they have honored that. We heard from Unite here today that they came through. And if these things are honored, I'm satisfied that the jobs on this project will be the best jobs in town. Not only in the construction, but in the ongoing hospitality, right down to the ticket taker, right down to the guy parking the cars. They will be able to live in our city and not have to drive in from far away. The no net loss compliance is the part that I have the biggest problem with. Like I said, I got into this about parks, and creating new parks has been my mission, and cleaning up contaminated parks has been my mission. I cannot agree to a deal that reduces green space in the city of Miami. Even if they feel it complies with the letter of the law, my vote hinges on the spirit of the law and what that really, really means. And so we need to create new parks in the city for the space we're losing. Now, they've offered the $20 million, which in the ballot language can be used on the 58-acre park on site or other green spaces. My interpretation of that is that it's meant to prioritize the new no-net loss spaces, because those new no-net loss spaces are being found on city property.
That's what I included.
But they certainly shouldn't be paid for on the city dime to make them into real parks. Some of them right now are debris sites for hurricane mulch. Some of them are parking lots. Some of them are industrial sites where we have vehicles and such. So there's going to be a lot of costs involved, and I appreciate you, Commissioner Carollo, for making sure that those funds can be used throughout for green space, not only green space acquisition, but green space improvement.
Those are the words I use.
And I think the priority, though, should be to take care of that no net loss. Because if they're identifying that minimum 20.7 acres, those should be the ones that are prioritized. Now, I don't mind if they're paid for by them, by a foundation, by a third party, by an RFP, as long as it's not paid for by the City of Miami taxpayers to create those new no net loss parks. It's already our land. We're going to rezone it, but somebody else should be paying for the creation of those.
Unlike, Commissioner, the agreement that's before us that doesn't include any of what you're saying, and that obligates that $20 million to go to building that park, they have become fully responsible for the areas that I described herein on building the foundation of that park, the 58-acre park that we'll have. And as I stated, the $20 million then that we're going to get much sooner. Half of it will come, actually the $25 million with the Baywalk money, half of it will come within 18 months. Could be used for anywhere we want to for acquisition of land or making improvements of land. And I agree with you, fully agree with you, that it should be used for the no net loss. And if you want to make that part of it, I have no problems with it.
And I believe the money will exceed the need for those parks, because I believe we will find other ways to also pay for them through RFP, through other grants, donations, whatever, as long as it's not City of Miami taxpayers paying for them. And we did say back then on the record that we would identify those minimum no net loss spaces by lease, and that they should be completed by CO. The spirit of which that when they cut their ribbon, these new parks cut their ribbon. And then it can't be said that it was left for another 10 years before those parks were ever realized. And so I like the concept that we're receiving that money and that we're receiving it sooner so that we can get to work. Because under the original schedule, if we were receiving that first payment at permit and the second payment at CO, there's no way they would be able to be completed by CO unless we were dipping into our funds and getting reimbursed. So front-loading those funds for the $20 million is going to be a big help. I would have liked them at least signing, but 18 months was your request, which is when they're supposed to get their SAP, correct?
That's correct.
So identifying those parks are the 4 parks, and none of these are small pieces of land, but they've all been identified in the record before, but I wanted to make sure they are listed in this proceeding today. 1680 Northwest 5th Street, 1950 Northwest 12th Avenue, 3851 Rickenbacker Causeway, and 150 Northeast 19th Street. And by coincidence, these are in districts 2 on Virginia Key. We have District 3 near the Marlins Park. District 5 has the cemetery site, which was listed here as well. And District 1 has the GSA site. And so it can be added to, but this just gives them the minimum threshold that there will be 20 acres by the letter of the law of the code that must become park. But 20 acres doesn't really get us there for what's going on in this operation. So I wanted to try to find ways to go beyond. How can we create new park space? So we put in there 3851 Rickenbacker Causeway, not for the no net loss, but for the additional parkland contribution, because I know we'll all be looking for different things if there is surplus on where it can be spent. I'd like to prioritize 3841 Rickenbacker Causeway. If you're not familiar with it, it's because we haven't set foot on it in years. It is 116 acres of remediated land that our administration has sat on and not created into park space for the Virginia Key Master Plan, which calls for sporting fields. And between 3841 Rickenbacker, which is on Virginia Key, and 3851 Rickenbacker, which is on Virginia Key, we'd have over 120 acres out there, which was meant for free, open, organized sporting for our kids. And I'd love to see a portion of this go toward the start, the kickoff of that. I don't want it to eat up this $20 million to make it disappear. It is a very large project, and I'm sure we'll be finding other partners for it. But we need to get started. And this 116 acres, which is not being realized by the city of Miami and is not funded at all, far and above makes up for the loss of any green space at Melreese. And finally, the Baywalk contribution. And you all know what the Baywalk means to me.
Yeah, you asked for it.
And they agreed to it 4 years ago, $5 million. And so what I want to do in today's lease is identify the priority connections. I want to make sure that $5 million is not spent on existing Baywalk, but that it is spent on connecting the missing connections to get us a real Baywalk, because it doesn't exist until it's connected. And whether it's in a temporary or final version, 4 missing connections in Brickell and downtown, if we can complete these 4 missing connections, which are not very complicated, we will have an additional 10-acre linear park on the bay.
Commissioner, I will join you in that, but that should not be part of the contract. That's between us. Put an ordinance for the next commission meeting, and I'll second it.
I simply want to identify the sites. The $5 million is already dedicated. You've already set a great schedule for it to be paid. But I would like it concretized within this that we're identifying the priority sites. You know, and some of these are not fully within our control. The manager's already hired CBRE, and I'd like to direct the manager today to come back within 1 month to give us an update on what is needed for these 4 locations from a logistic and potentially financial perspective to open them up. Maybe $5 million gets us there, maybe it's not, maybe not, but I also have other funding sources that I am utilizing to finish those connections. And let me just name them: 1201 Brickell Bay Drive and 890 Brickell Bay Drive. That is what was the Villa Magna parking lot site, which was just recently sold. I'm getting in touch with the new owners. And that is also the 4 Ambassadors, which is Vice City Marina, both of which have a Baywalk, but they're simply closed off. So the expense needed to actually open those will be quite insignificant. And the agreement that the city can strike with them is that once they do fulfill their obligation of vertical construction, they would actually pay us back. And then the other 2 locations, a little more complicated, are on the downtown side. It's the under 395 MacArthur Causeway connection, which connects to the underdeck and also connects through to the north, so that the museums and of course everything to the south down to Brickell Bay Drive will be one continuous connection all the way up to Margaret Pace Park. This is that full 10 acres. It would be the I-395 MacArthur Causeway connection and the Genting Harold Plaza connection. Now, they are required to produce their Baywalk even under RTZ. There was an amendment made. But I'd like to see them create the temporary version for everything we've given them over the last 10 years in permitting for events and everything else and signage, you name it. we should be able to do that. And if not, we own the submerged lands in front of it, and we can go right around without their permission. So those are the 4 locations I simply want identified and have directed the manager to come back with a plan for those. Those are the no net loss parks that have been identified by the administration and the developer that we need to prioritize with a plan and funding. And then the 116 acres is the real dream that takes us over the top for all of us. That's not a District 2 asset by any means. That will service every kid in this entire city who has a dream of learning to play baseball, soccer, football, whatever we want to put out there, with an organized sporting system that we don't currently have. Let me just make sure there's nothing else I've forgotten. And I certainly hope that you all agree with me on all these points, because if not, I'm a no vote. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I have a point of information?
Sure.
Commissioner, the site that you mentioned on Virginia Key, when I was mayor, that was my idea to do a regional sports complex for kids there for soccer, baseball, tennis, basketball, but emphasizing in baseball and soccer. Out of everything in the original master plan that we did in Virginia Key, what stayed basically the same was that master plan. It could actually be more than 116 acres. And let me give you some good news. My understanding, unless they're delayed, that the county should be done early next year with the environmental, because we have problems in that land also for the cleanup. I have met with someone that I have to get back to, but they're willing to come in with sufficient dollars to make all that we discussed here a reality. So I'm going to visit with them again this coming week, and through the manager, I'll give them a report of where we're at so that they could meet with you also and fill you in what we're trying to do there. But everything that's been in that master plan, we want to make it into a reality.
Thank you. And one last point that I forgot to mention. We had said that the parks and the spaces and the Baywalk connections would be completed by CO, but some of that is out of their control and maybe even out of our control. What we could guarantee, though, is that the monies are spent by the time they get their CO. If those parks aren't fully completed or if the connections aren't fully made for whatever logistic or legal reasons, it'll show that we are on our way. So the $20 million and the $5 million must be spent by the time they get their CO. And that's on us.
Okay. Yeah, but that's a fair offering. And frankly, if it's not spent, then we've got a problem.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Russell. Commissioner Reyes?
I have an ask also, and you see, although many people counted me as a solid no, the contract as it was presented to me, that was solid no. You see, it was a solid no. But
it was what?
I was totally no on it. I mean, the way that was presented, I never agree with it, and I told the manager, but he said they never will go that high. I said, well, but I think that we owe deference to the city commissioner that it is where this development is going to take place. I want to, first of all, I want to tell you, Jorge and Jose, it's not personal, man. I have nothing against you guys. On the other hand, I always like you, and I like your dad a lot. A lot. This is business, and I have been saying this publicly. It is business. We're in two different types of business. And God bless you for being such good businessmen. because that is our economic system working. But you and I, at this moment, are in different type of business. Your business is to make money. My business is to protect the people as much as I can. You see, that's why they elected me. And you fulfill your obligation as a businessman, but I fulfill mine too. You see, I hope that I never insulted you guys personally, but I have a proposal. You see, that I've been working, and this is the first time that I have gone below Carollo. I mean, above Carollo. He always goes above what I ask. But as you will know, I always was an advocate of competitive bidding. And competitive bidding, in my opinion, is it will bring the competition, which that is our system, which is competition, will bring a higher, I would say, return for that land. See, the higher return for that land. And what I want to propose is, and I hope, and I'm going to ask that after this, that the city manager and you guys, and then you have time, we have to give you time to chew on this, on what everybody is asking, and you come back with a proposal and see if it is possible or not. I told the manager once, remember that I said they're going to go $14-15 million? And he said, you want me to go tell them? I said, they will never go for it. Well, I'm asking for $15 million a year, which is a little higher than Joe's. I know that we are capping the increases on a 4% maximum. I can live with that. I can live with that, and that's fine, okay? But one thing that really I was not in agreement is that the timing of paying, you see. When you lease or you rent any, or you enter into an agreement of leasing land, you pay from the moment of execution. When the contract is executed, you start paying. And that's the nature of the business. But here it was postponed until it could have taken 10 years or 5 years. And knowing how our city, that it is not too, doesn't work that fast, that could take that long, okay? But I would like to have $3 million rent starting day one of the lease agreement. Balance-based rent at the issuance of the building permits for the commercial portion of the development. Yeah, you see, I was very concerned, and I have been very, very concerned with the net loss. And the way that was placed, it was put to me, I did not agree because the city was going to take a hit. Right now, Commissioner Russell, he identifies certain plots of land that could be converted into park. And you guys know, as well as I do, that those parcels, they have a potential of being income-generating properties. You see? If we did, which I don't agree, that with the GSA, we convert it into park, because we have the potential of entering into an agreement with anybody that wants to develop it. It will go into the tax roll, and the city could demand rent from it. You see? That is a cost to the city. And you know that. That's a cost to the city. So I do agree on the $30 million for park and parks citywide. You can buy park citywide, or enhancement to land that it's acquired. There are some areas that they will not be income generating property, that they could be enhanced and accounted for not at loss, or other properties. For example, you have a land in Overtown. Can you deal that land and turn it into a park, that will be about 8 acres, right? I mean, how much you, how big is this the tract of land? 8 to 9 acres? Maybe you want to make a deal with and account for it within the $30 million that it is there. Okay? You see, one thing that I always am concerned, you see, Commissioner Russell is always concerned about Baywalk. But how about Riverwalk? How about Riverwalk? If we are asking for money for Baywalk, we should ask for Riverwalk also, which is an integral part of our city, you see? So we need about probably match the amount that it's going to get for Baywalk. The remediation is 100%, no public funding, but I am going to give you, because I am being very harsh, asking a lot of money. If you can get brownfield money, you see, I'm not going to count that as, although it comes from our taxes, you see, but it's a program that you could benefit from it, you see. I'm not going to hold that against you guys. Also, Miami Freedom Park will develop and complete the 58-acre public land at its own cost, conditioned to the design approved by the City Commission and Parks Director, including something that to me is extremely important. I don't want to see in every single park. You see, I want every single park to be able to have 5G Wi-Fi. You see, we're going to have a park. I'm going to try to do that in the parks that I am working on in my district. Okay, and also it is important that I know that Commissioner Russell asked about the minimum wage. Well, Commissioner Russell, nowadays, today, $15 is almost of the minimum wage. I have a grandson that is working at Chick-fil-A that they're paying him $18 because people don't want to work, you see. But I agree with the minimum wage. And also, I will love and I will ask you guys that at least 50% of the construction crews and the workers that you're going to have be from the city of Miami, be residents of the city of Miami. We have the poorest city almost in the United States, and we don't have, we have a lot of people that they are not trained to work in other areas of the economy, so they need jobs, and they need good paying jobs, and besides, they need steady jobs. And those are residents of the city of Miami, and I believe that we're going to benefit them, okay? You see, bond coverage. Something that I did not agree is that you have a coverage for $250 million, right? It is. No, what is, because according to what I have here, in all the information that I got from the attorneys, it was $250 million. I would like to have 100%, okay? Which is, the cost is going to be $450 million, it should go to $450 million, okay? And also, one item that we haven't touched here, it is traffic. We need to have new traffic study, and we have to have, I would say, it's going to require a lot of investment in traffic mitigation in the area. You see, when I say traffic mitigation, you see, I'm concerned about the neighborhoods that people that come out, do you have one exit and do you have two roads that are the only way that you can get in and out One is 14th Street and the other one 37th Avenue. And I'm concerned that people are going to go and going to have a lot of cut-through traffic, and they're going to go into the neighborhoods. So I will ask that you set aside $5 million for traffic mitigation, you see, for traffic mitigation. And also, I have a question that I want you to answer. You see, every single sport, like swimming, you go to a swimming pool, you pay for it. You go to play golf, you pay for it. You go to play tennis, you see in Moore Park, they have a tennis, you pay. You're going to build soccer fields to be used by our youth, right? Is there going to be any fees charged to those, to use those? It's going to be pay to play, like it was done in Fort Lauderdale? Speak, man. I mean, if you want to send me to hell, then just tell me.
No,
but say something.
No, we were...
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
So let me start just with Richard Perez, 701 Brickell Avenue, represent Miami Freedom Park. So let me start with the first one, because one of the questions that you had for us was on the payment and performance bond. I think that's the first question you had for us. And there has been some confusion with regard to what the payment and performance, sorry, I'm very tall, so apologies. What the payment and performance bond obligations are in the contract. The payment and performance bond obligations in the contract is that we must comply with state statute, right? And what we handed out was the state statute, right? And what the state statute says, if you turn to the second page, it's 255.05G.
Yes, I read the statute also.
Okay,
It's a minimum of 250.
But it's not a minimum of 250. What it says is that the amount of the bond is the full amount of the contract value. And what's important, and I think you understand that, it's not the project value, right? Some folks had said, well, it's the project value and the project's gonna be $450 million. It's the contract value. For a project like this, you're gonna have multiple primes, right? And so those contract values, one might be 100 million, one might be 150 million, one might be 200 million.
How much is this contract value? What is the contract value?
We don't know because we don't have all the we haven't gone out and gotten contractors yet.
Okay.
Until we get the lease, and hopefully we get the lease today, we can run out and grab and start that process. So what you're bonding is the contract, right? Because it's a payment and performance bond with regards to the contract, right? So you're bonding that contract. So the fact that the stadium is $450 million is completely irrelevant to the question, right? So that's one. Then what the statute says is, okay, well, if that contract value exceeds $250 million and the governmental entity, and it spells it out here, you don't have to guess, the governmental entity determines that there are no bonds in that amount that are reasonably available in the marketplace, again, it's your determination of this, then you, meaning the city, determines how much the bond is going to be in that occasion, but it could never be less than $250 million, right? So we have no say in what the bond amount is, and we have no say as to whether or not that market is available or not available, right? So we're out of this equation entirely. And I will also add that it's a very rare circumstance where you have the entire bond market frozen up, that those types of bonds aren't available, right? So you're fully protected with regards to 255.05G1, right? It's your decision, you decide, you set the number. So
it will be our decision to ask for an increase in the bond.
No, we must comply with the statute which says we must give you a
You just
full...
said it's your decision.
No, at all. We have to give you a bond equal to the full contract value, period, stop.
Okay. How do you determine the contract value?
It's what's in the contract.
What's in the contract? And if the contract is more than 250 and we want to be covered, can we come back to you and say, let's cover this? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Pablo Alvarez,
Yeah, Pablo.
How are you? And I'm not an economist, but I do have a master's in finance, so we sort of speak the same language.
Yes.
The bond is going to stack, so that when you have a plumbing contractor for $100 million, he will put a bond for $100 million.
Okay.
When you have a concrete contractor and his contract is $75 million, his bond will be $75 million. And at the end of the package, you will have 10 bonds, the sum of covering 100% of the exposure. It would be in the eventuality that one contractor for one scope of work got a contract that was so large that it exceeded $250 million. And then in the eventuality that the market would not underwrite a bond for $250 million, you will make that determination. But we, as a developer, would never get into any contract with any contractor who would not post a bond for 100% of the value of the scope of work that he has to perform. Therefore, I'm fully protected because I'm giving you a performance bond and you're fully protected.
Okay,
so we're both protected.
you're stacking it up.
What's that?
You're stacking it up.
You have to. That's how it works.
Okay, that's fine.
Does that explain it?
Yes, that explained it.
Thank you.
Okay, but I was concerned about if, that's right.
And just to something you had mentioned before, the concept of where you begin to pay rent day one, what the developer or what the landlord does is gives a credit to the tenant, and they call it rent abatement. It could be in the form of, it could be in the, no, you said that you start paying day one, $1, but if the site needs improvements, the landlord will either pay for the improvements or abate rent, which means you don't pay for a certain period of time until the tenant recovers the expense of the improvements on the site. I just wanted to clarify that.
That's right, but that's why I'm asking for $3 million instead of $100,000. You see, because it's gonna be, you won't pay the full amount until it says, it's a building permits for the commercial portion of the development. You don't start paying until you start building, okay? That's what I was saying. About the question about the pay to play, or you are gonna let everybody go and play there? I don't know, because you go to Tamiami Park and they have a bunch of soccer fields, and you have to rent it.
Sure. So the commitment that's in the agreement, and I've been at this for a very long time, and I tend to remember every section of this agreement, because after 3.5 years, you tend to memorize these things, but I can't remember this particular section. But what the agreement indicates, and I'll get you the section reference so that you can take a look at it. What the agreement indicates is that for kids, City of Miami residents, I think it's 16 years and younger, that they will be admitted to those soccer fields free of charge. We will be running leagues there, full disclosure, and there may be occasions where the leagues are playing there, but kids will be given free admission into that area, when the fields are available, and that is a commitment that we made from the very beginning, and it's a commitment.
Over 16, it will be paid to play.
Over, not necessarily. I don't know exactly what the business model is. There are going to be leagues. The commitment is, as you indicated, for kids in the community. There is a commitment for kids in the community to have free access to those locations.
Over 16, if they are residents of the city of Miami, will they have a discount?
I don't recall what the language says, but I'll give you the reference to the language so we can give it. It is one of the, so I apologize for that, but we'll give it.
Well, it is important, because you're going to have, we're talking about you have to pay to play or whatever. Right. It is important that if we're going to have this, that they have full access to it. Right. And if they are residents, those that have to pay, if they are residents of the city of Miami, they get a discount because they are playing in their field.
Understood. Oh, wait.
Richard, you're not going to charge $90 to get in, right?
It will not be $90. Okay. I'm pretty sure of that. So it's in section 2.5. It's in section 2.5 of the.
You don't play soccer either?
No, okay. I don't play anything anymore.
Okay, you should start. You see.
So registered that are both.
Really, I'm going to start doing exercise.
Good.
Yeah. So it's section 2.5 of the construction. It's section 2.5 of the construction administration agreement. That's right.
What does it says?
Oh, I just closed it. So it says. I'll read you the pertinent part. It's all registered users that are both residents of the city and 16 years of age or younger or will be permitted to use such fields and courts without charge, subject to such regional validation, access, and use restrictions as established by MFP. Obviously, you know, if...
But doesn't say anything about over 16 that are Miami residents having a break.
It does not. It speaks only to the
I
children.
would like to see that.
Okay, understand. Thank you.
To be included. You see, well, this one on, I was going to ask for the full list of properties that they were being considered because for not net loss, and I think that Commissioner Russell did a good job on it. But I want to make it clear that any land that belongs to the city of Miami that is not zoned as park, and it is zoned as park, that land had the potential. There's a potential, it's an opportunity cost for the city of Miami because by converting it into parks, then it precludes the city to obtain revenues if they lease it or they develop it. You see, am I right, Mr. Alvarez? Okay, I just wanted you to understand that. And that's why we have to be very careful and use this $30 million to acquire new land, if possible, okay? Or areas that a tract of lands that they are not going to be developed, that they cannot be developed, well, you use those funds in order to develop, to convert it into park. But not those tract of lands that could develop should be used. Okay? You understand?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you repeat that again?
If we have a tract of land like the GSA, okay, and that is converted into park, that land has the potential for a development to come into that place and get into the tax rolls, and also us ask for rent or whatever, part of the deal or whatever, and then we will have revenues. By converting it to park, then you take that potential away, which is we have to be counted as a loss to the city. Okay? That is, huh?
Very interesting.
Well, Madam City Attorney, Madam Chair, I have I don't know. I'm going to propose that everybody. Commissioner Russell has his proposal. Commissioner Carollo has a proposal. If you have a proposal, if you're proposing and asking, that after you finish, we give them time to chew on it and come back and accept or not accept what everybody had asked. Come with a new, and we can. Next time that we can meet next week or whatever, or in a next meeting. Next year? Yeah. Well, you have time. I know you have a lot of time. You see, you're retired, you don't do anything.
We're gonna move along to Commissioner Alex Diaz de la Portilla.
Finally, I love it. It's, I think the most important thing is the district that I represent, that I was elected to represent by over 60% of the people in that district. And I've been fascinated, not in a bad way, Commissioner Carollo, but fascinated how everybody's divvied up the $20 million that is supposed to go to District 1, because that's where the impact is. So Grape Land and the surrounding areas, that's where the impact is. Originally, when I spoke, and I've had a number of private meetings with the Mass family and with our city manager and others and our mayor, and we talked about the idea that this money should stay where it should stay. All of a sudden, Commissioner Russell, you're very creative. You already got $5 million for your district like 3 years ago before I was here. Now you want more. And you want to identify the parcels, because I think some of the parcels are in Commissioner Carollo's district or in the Bayfront Park that he represents or he chairs. So all of a sudden, you say only the areas that are not in the areas that Commissioner Carollo represents. Commissioner Reyes has always been opposed to the deal, so no matter what we do, Commissioner Reyes, at the end of the day, you're going to vote against it, right? And we understand that, and that's cool. We're good to go with that. But the idea that the $20 million for starters,
Could you repeat that again?
yeah, you're against the idea from the beginning. You've been
way
you've been against the concept.
The concept, the way that it was presented, yes.
Yeah, you've been against the concept from the beginning. So whatever changes in reality that you're proposing today are not going to make a difference. You're still going to vote against it, right? Well, no. I'm assuming that. Well, I'm not assuming. I'm concluding. I don't want to get into an argument. I have the floor. Let me finish. I'm going to be like. I'm going to be like.
Said how I'm going to vote.
I'm going to take the 3 minutes. Okay. I'm going to be quick. I'm not going to do a whole. What Commissioner Carollo, you have been against this idea for 3.5 years, and that's okay. That's your right.
You get the run, Commissioner.
No, I'm talking about Commissioner Reyes.
Carollo,
No, I said I was going to talk about you, but then he interrupted, so I addressed him. What Commissioner Carollo is proposing, and has proposed and negotiated from the dais, makes sense because he valued the property at a little bit over $9 million, and he took away what they're doing to remediate the property, right? And which brings it about to 4.3 million. I think it should be a little bit more, but 4.3 million works. I believe we should get a little bit more of the gross retail, perhaps maybe 6% instead of 5%, and move that up a little bit. I believe, and I know, and by the way, I'll be a no vote if I don't get all those additional millions of dollars. Well, you know what? That's not what happens here. What happens here, everybody here negotiates for their district, rightfully so. But when you get what you ask for, you get what you ask for and you get it. You don't come back and ask for another bite of the apple. You got your $5 million. We can very easily reconsider that today because we have the right to do that and kick that out. And we may probably have the votes to reconsider that, Commissioner. But that's not the way we're supposed to do things. There's a collegiality here that exists, that should exist. You don't come back here and say, oh, I got $5 million of $25 million, now I want another $5 million, I've identified this park and that park and that park. The $20 million is for District 1. If the Mass family and the conglomerate that's putting this together, the association that's putting this together, wants to give additional dollars to different districts, that's a different conversation. If I am in a somewhat giving mood, and I say, you know what, fine, $2.5 million for District 5 and $2.5 million for District 3, and the people that are going to support this project, we do that. But what we cannot do is the area that's being impacted. Because when you walk those neighborhoods, and you go across the street, and you go to Grapeland, and you go to, that's the area that's being impacted. You talked about traffic? It's not happening in your district, Commissioner Reyes. It's happening in mine, the one that I represent. You talk about all the issues that are impacting the particular area, it's my district. But this is a citywide project. And because it is, I think, a good thing for Miami to think like a big city, not a small town. And I think Miami needs to have things like soccer and museums and things that matter. I've said it from the beginning. I said it when I was campaigning. I said it when I've been here. And I continue to say it. But it's got to be a good deal for Miami. And in particular, if it's going to impact District 1, then I want the $20 million to go to District 1. That's a conversation I had with both of you on Saturday in your home when we spoke about it. And that's a commitment that I want you to keep with me. $20 million goes to District 1, not to Grapeland Park, not to the area, not to Melreese, but to District 1. If additional dollars need to go to other parts that are needed, for example, I'll give you a great example, because by the way, district boundaries are artificial political boundaries that people draw. We drew a whole bunch of them a month ago, right? Avermore Park is in your district, right, Commissioner King? It's right across the street from mine, 36th Street. A lot of my kids go play there. So I don't mind if $2.5 million or $3 million goes over there because it's the same kids. North, south, south, north. So I'm okay with all that. But the idea, you, Commissioner Russell, who represents the richest district in the city, you want more additional dollars for people that live on Biscayne Boulevard in front of the water with a beautiful view. To me, that's not equitable. Let's send it to Overtown. Let's send it to Alapata. Let's send it to Little Havana, to the River Walk, like you said, Commissioner Reyes. That's what's right. So, and you say, well, if I don't get all these perks or all these benefits for a very rich district, I'm a no vote? Anybody here can say they're a no vote. Because they need to be perfect, because we already know, Commissioner Reyes, you opposed it. By the way, That's a principle stance that you've taken from the beginning, and I respect that. So the other four are either yes votes, one is a no vote. Everybody has a certain amount of leverage. But is that what we're doing here today? That's not what we should be doing here today. What Commissioner Carollo did was outline a specific, it was the first time I heard it really, I heard some rumors about it, outline a specific proposal that makes it a better deal for Miami. And I think it's brilliant. We get more for our city, and we build what we need to build. When I was campaigning, I could not eat anywhere in District 1 at 8:30 when I finished at night. I had to drive to, you know where? Wynwood or 8th Street. Not any of the places you don't like. I mean, some of the nice, like Boob and all those places, right? But I had to drive to Wynwood, to Cush on 2nd Avenue, and I had to leave because there was no nightlife, there was no place to eat at night, there was no entertainment. And when I started campaigning, the first precinct that I walked was the one across the street from Maurice. And I said, let me find out. I said to myself, let me find out if this is something that people are really opposed to or they like. I knew what the vote was, by the way. In that precinct, that referendum won with 62% of the vote. Citywide, it was 60%. In that precinct, across from Maurice, it was 62%. Higher number than it was in the rest of the city. Okay, your district voted against it. But, and the Coconut Grove area voted against it. So what happened? So I said, let me double check. And maybe, of course, campaigns are influenced by dollars. We all know that. But I said, let me walk it. I'm just a candidate walking, knocking on doors. And I asked. And it was about a 50-50 split in that precinct, but probably more in favor of the stadium than against. And I concluded at that moment that that issue was not a political liability, but a political asset. Because people want jobs. And you go through the list. Over 15,000 new jobs, expanded tax base, creating something where there is nothing. This is not park space. You're creating the park space. You're creating public access to green space. Because right now, no one, it's not 90, it's $110 to get in there. Okay, and no one in that surrounding neighborhood can pay $100, $110 to get into that neighborhood. So this is a soccer park that we're creating. You're creating green space. And this whole false narrative that I've been hearing over and over again by 4 or 5 people that have their own agendas, and we know who they are. It's 4 or 5 people, by the way. It's no more than that. They're creating this false narrative. Oh, they're getting rid of green space. Oh, it's terrible. These are bad billionaires. Well, number one, no one creates jobs. No poor person has ever created a job or built anything. Rich people, you guys happen to be very well off. I congratulate you. I'm proud of the fact that you honor our community by being successful. Successful Cuban Americans, the son of an immigrant that fought for not only the freedom of his country, but fought to be successful in the United States. You should be proud of that. And we should honor that. And the fact that you happen to have a lot of money, good for you. There are a lot of people with a lot of money that come here and do the same thing. But no, I'd rather be a homegrown product like you two and your family. So to me, I agree with the project. I think it's a good deal. I think what Commissioner Carollo negotiated is a better deal. The $20 billion stay in District 1. If you want to give more money to the other districts, it's going to cost you a little bit more. You know, you just got to figure out a way to make more somewhere else, okay? But the $20 million stays here in 1. Why? Because that's the area that's impacted. And that's fair. And the 6% over a 99-year lease makes sense because it's 1 percentage point more. That, over the long term, represents millions of dollars for the city of Miami. And that's why I'm going to support this today. I represent the area. I like the idea. I think it's a good deal for Miami, as I always said from the beginning. And let's just go ahead and do it and stop delaying it. Because the back and forth and what about this, what about that? Yeah, all the ifs and buts, that's all fine. But right now, they've been waiting and we've been waiting. Both of us have been waiting 3.5 years. Let's move forward. And we'll have, by the way, an opportunity to have other conversations about other things because a whole bunch of other votes are going to take place here anyway. I'm supporting the project.
Chair,
I think the mayor was signaling me he'd like to.
I'll be
You want to yield? You want me to yield? Yeah.
Commissioner
Can't hear you.
Yep. I'm
Give him the
sorry.
mic. Give him the mic.
I'm afraid to talk too loud of those accused me of shouting.
Well, that's what they're gonna do to me too.
I'm glad you mentioned that we have parks in common and so on. You, of course, have been aware of Rubén Darío Park, that
One block away.
1 block away. In fact, half or more of the people who will be using it will be coming from the district. And I think you expressed to me that you wanted your name in that big plaque there too, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll tell you afterwards how many millions it cost from the 20 to get it in the plaque. For the park. For the park. Because, look, you mentioned at the last meeting that more of the 20 million should go to District 1, and I agree. You're the commissioner there. Actually, it's the biggest park in the city, if we're going to call it a park, but it's not. It's going to become a park now, the biggest with 58 acres. What I did here is try to present something for the whole city, not looking at my district. I haven't asked anything for my district. I just want to make sure that we get a solid deal, because I will tell you how I feel. If we miss this opportunity, more decades are going to go by that we're not going to do anything there. We're going to keep losing money there. We're making very, very little. And we won't have an opportunity again for something of this magnitude. And so I will trust you if the 20 million goes to you, that you're going to be fair with the other districts, and especially when you have parks next to you. And the administration and Commissioner Russell touched upon 4 park areas that need to be finished first in those 20 acres. One piece is in his district. I don't mind helping there to get that accomplished one way or another. And I also, as you heard, explained to him that I'm looking to do that whole master plan. I mean, to me, it's just unreal that when I was here my last meeting as mayor of this city in late November 2001, I went through a series of properties and my recommendations of what a future commission should do to bring millions in revenue to the city. One of them was precisely the one we're discussing now, with exactly what we're discussing now, except a stadium, and that nothing was ever done. And we kept losing to the tune of $800,000 average a year. So, as I see it, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Stadiums, you know why they fail? Because you don't have all the surrounding that we're bringing in here. We're bringing in here the shopping. We're bringing here the hotel. We're bringing the retail. And a few other things that, you know, at the right time we'll discuss here that will go there also. To make sure that this is a success. To have a park there now in such a central location, this 58 acres, a real park, my God, it's something that we've never have had. This is why all this false narrative that, oh my God, we've taken over a park. When was that ever a park? If you take your shoes off, who knows what's going to happen to you? That's why they got signs all over the place. Got to keep your shoes on. Truly, I don't know how that place is still open after all these years, because everybody knows, the county, the city knows, you know, what that place is like. So,
And I'm sure.
you know, I'm just trying to see if we can move this forward. And for my side, I will work with you, Commissioner Russell, in whichever way that I can. In fact, the $5 million that you asked for, you don't have to spend any in my district out of that. I'm not going to even ask for any of that.
And if I may, Madam Chair, and for you, Commissioner Russell, for your comfort level, I am willing to have conversations through the mayor, of course, and through the city manager about how we can use some of those dollars for some of the areas that will affect no net loss here in your district. So the 20 million, as long as we understand in principle that it should go to the district it impacts, I'm a pretty generous guy, you know? There'll be 2.5 million here, 2.5 million, nothing there because you're going to vote against it. It doesn't matter. It's a different conversation. But 2.5 million here, 2.5 million there, and 2.5 million there, and we're good to go. And we're good to go. And we pass it, and we move forward, and we can have a debate about the rest of it, the zoning and everything else. But of course, let's be honest here. The 20 million was always intended for District 1. I'm willing to be generous enough, and you guys will do good stuff for the different districts along the way, because you've done a lot of philanthropy through the years, and I know the work you do. And you're homegrown guys, and you care about our community. You're not going to run away anywhere. So you know what? Maybe there is 2.5 million. Maybe there's 2.5 million. Maybe there's 2.5 million. Maybe that's all available, right? That's fine. Because the point is to move it forward. There's a bigger picture here. There's a bigger vision here. Let's be a big city. Let's be a big city, and let's tell the world that we are ready for this.
Hold on a second.
So I want to move the issue.
Okay, so.
Because in my district, man, make the motion after you speak, of course.
Of course, because I haven't said anything as yet. So we need to hear from my perspective on what's going on. And while I do agree that there is a bigger picture here, we cannot forget the residents of District 5. This is a city project. It is not a district project. It is a city project. And I can't in good conscience support this project unless we look at the impact that it will have on District 5. I agree with my colleagues that we should have an appraisal. We should know what the fair market value is. My vice chair did a great job of coming up with a compromise for the new appraisal, and I agree with that. What I am concerned about is how this project will affect District 5, because I am the representative for the poorest district in the city of Miami, and you are number 2. So I do want to see some of this money come into District 5 so that I can continue to improve the lives of the residents of District 5.
And you have my word that I will work through the city manager to get that, make sure that happens.
Okay.
You have my word on that.
Wonderful.
By the way, Ruben Del Rio is going to cost between 15 to 18 million, including the land acquisition, and that doesn't include the cost of the plaque with the names on it.
So,
That's an
okay.
extra.
So let me continue. The living wage is great, but I'd also like to see responsible wages for the construction of the stadium, as well as for the commercial lease space. That is important for the workers. I applaud you for including the unions in the hospitality piece. Responsible wages are important for me, as well as a compliance component to ensure that the employees are getting a responsible wage. And I'd like for the compliance piece for you to reimburse the city for the monitoring of the responsible wages. And we've had conversations about this, and I'd like it to mirror what we've done in the CRA, and your team has that information where the compliance piece, we have a compliance piece, because it's one thing to say yes, 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 but then nobody is following up or making sure that it is actually happening. So I'd like to add a compliance piece to this project, responsible wages, and looking forward to when you do have a stadium and the commercial piece of it, I'd like to see minority participation both in the concession and in the commercial retail space, which we've talked about. And because what I'm trying to do for my district is to create wealth. And that is how we will do that, to give the residents of District 5 a seat at the table, a real seat, with being able to have a piece of the concession, being able to have some of the commercial space. And I'd like the rent to be the taxes to be included in the rent, so that portion of that money will be a stream of revenue for District 5, because it is absolutely 99 years of opportunity for the residents of District 5, and there is a lot that we can do to improve the lives of the residents of District 5. I'd also like to revisit the underdeck. I understand that there's some legislation that was created that would exclude it from being included in the no net zero portion, and it will be a park. So I'd like that piece of, I'd like for us to revisit that for the underdeck, because that is going to be an important parcel in Overtown, and I want it to be the best that it can be.
Madam Chair, just a quick note on that. The Baywalk ordinance uses a greenway mechanism that could be applied exactly to the underdeck, and I'd be glad to co-sponsor that with you.
And I would sponsor it with both of you.
Thank you.
A new version of it.
Thank you. And then the property that's located Overtown that you were looking at, and I know it's a backup plan for you. Once we move forward with this, if we move forward with this, I would like for you to consider either selling that property at cost to the Overtown CRA, or working with the Overtown CRA to develop that property for something that would benefit the residents in Overtown. And I think therein lies my ask for, also, but you're already doing it for the soccer team in the district and some other stuff, but you're already taking care of that. But for me, those things are important, that I can continue to build wealth in District 5, and I believe that this is a way to do it, that we will be looking out for the residents of District 5 through this City of Miami project.
City of Miami, I agree.
City of Miami
I
project.
said that.
You did say that. You did say that. And now I believe our mayor would like to say a few words.
I think you guys have handled it on your own, frankly. Sometimes I think I want to interject, and then I see you guys sort of working through this and compromising with each other. You know, I hope that we just keep the personal stuff a little bit lower, because I don't want people to get emotional, and I understand. We all get emotional. I get emotional. And I've been at times heated on this project in internal meetings that I've had, because I've gotten worked up, and you know, and it's you know, I apologize for that, because I don't think that's appropriate when I do that, but it's been out of the passion that I have for this. So I think I mean, I want to hear from the team. Obviously, I think you've all outlined a series of asks, if you will. Many of them, I think, dovetail together, if not all of them or most of them. I think there are some that maybe are a bit inconsistent, but not much. And I think what I'm proud of is it seems like you all have articulated a path forward, and that's what I'm proud of.
And of course, Iris or Richard or George or Jose or whoever, or Pablo, not Pablo, let's keep Pablo sitting down, because he's a little bit aggressive. Nice guy, but a little bit, anyway. But Richard, you guys are okay with what we articulated today and sort of defined in broad terms?
Please.
Please. George, please.
Please.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. That's a lot, but we'll go over all of it to the best of my recollection, and we can address these issues.
But you're okay with everything that we've outlined more? Not more or less.
What I'm actually extremely satisfied by is to see the will of this body reflect the will of the voters and trying to get some things done and move forward, as well as Commissioner Reyes, who has, from the beginning, been against the project for whatever reasons they may be, and I have an enormous amount of respect for his position, agree or disagree. But today he has, put on the table things that are important to him that doesn't close the door to a yes vote from Commissioner Reyes, although I do anticipate he'll vote no, my personal opinion, but I appreciate that. Because it's never been personal, it's transactional. I know, but we've been seeing, we'll end up in a good place. To Commissioner Carollo, who, as I alluded to at the beginning of my presentation, has really from the beginning here, along with Commissioner Russell, who was here before, allowed this project to move forward, to allow the voters to give us direction and where to go. And in Commissioner Carollo's, I think, very eloquent and very much having and defending the interests of the taxpayer, I think did something that I have potentially been unable to do during the course of this, which is to try to really show our community and the world the value of this deal. Because during my presentation, and I didn't say it, I have a sheet here that says that the total economic value of this lease, dollars and cents, based on $3.6 million, it's a $203 million value deal over time, which is approximately $11 million a year during their first tranche. I've been ineffective in getting that narrative. I think you repeat, eloquently and intelligently, put the numbers where they truly are, because as I did try to explain, we're spending over $120 million without going vertical. That's real money. On the environmental remediation, and we're paying for the environmental remediation, but we cannot ignore the fact that it's a contaminated piece of land. That land today, as is, you can't build on it, so it's practically worthless, but we're getting no credit for the environmental remediation, Commissioner Russell. Remembering then that I am environmentally remediating the whole site and the Rio Park, which in a scenario where you weren't including a new park, we wouldn't have to remediate that area. But what I'm getting to also is the following, and I've heard the discussion about the 58-acre park and somewhat of the known at loss, and I'm bouncing around a little bit here, but we're creating a new 58-acre park. It's a new park, and we're not getting credit for it. We're getting credit for it in the narrative, we're getting credit for it in you're building it, we're $25 million. It's a new park on city roads. Mel Reese is not a park. Put green space, definitions, what Iris does, it's not a park. So we are spending money, significant money, close to $90 million to give the city a new park. That matters, that should count. Because otherwise you wouldn't have a new park. There wouldn't be a 58-acre new park on the rolls, forgetting now the designations, et cetera. And as we move towards the values and the economics and the finances, when you look at that, it's $4.3 million. And I'd like to look at this in its entirety. So we'd be paying $4.3 million giving the credit there. As we go down the list, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, you asked for a 6% number rather than a 5% number, and we'd agree to that, which I think is something that's fair, because in the raising of the $4.3 million where the lines cross, it would be a fair number for the taxpayers. And it would only be based on if the project is more successful, everyone should benefit. And I have always said that from the beginning. In terms of our park contribution of $25 million that we did, frankly, and I've heard this discussion here, and I think a lot of the plans are amazing of what you're trying to accomplish and do. but it's a little bit out of my purview and responsibility. I am not a member of the body. So as I listen to you, and I'll give you my personal opinion, I do agree that a lot of this money should stay in District 1 and stay at Grapeland, although we are delivering, because one of the things Commissioner Carollo, which we will agree to, is negotiated a much more enhanced park than when we walked in this morning, because there is significant lighting, significant improvements to that park now that weren't before, which we will also agree to do. So on the $25 million, everything, you know, this project has to be built. All I am looking for is to build a financial package that will allow us to build this project. During the course of the 3.5 years, and with all due respect, Commissioner Reyes, the amount you said makes this project unbuildable. To go through an exercise, then to not build a project, doesn't solve anyone's, I think, desires here, because our desire is to fill the tax rolls of the city of Miami. It's to give you the ability to give our residents benefits, either direct or indirect, or cut their taxes. This will give you the ability to cut our residents' taxes. That will be your choice. But besides the $25 million, the 4.3, the 6%, there were other issues as well. Iris, let me see your paper that I want to address. I want to address Commissioner, Madam Chair. So don't worry, I know Madam Chair, so you don't have to show me Madam. I know, I got Madam Chair, don't worry, I know Madam Chair. I got the Madam Chair, I thought I spoke to the Madam Chair a lot. Madam Chair, on District 5 with the minority program, and I'll tell you in whatever way, shape, or form, I do believe it should be part of this process. I think businesses in District 5 should have an opportunity, not only to have space in their businesses there, but also to actively participate there. So in whatever way, shape, or form, my team, we'd be amenable to making that happen. I think that's extremely important. On the Overtown site and land, as I told you personally, we will sit down with the CRA and see how we can benefit the CRA in a way for them to work together so that the benefits of that development, whatever it may end up being, are benefits for District 5 and for that neighborhood and for that area. You have our commitment on that, as I've told you before, and I've had conversations with Mr. McQueen about sitting down, hopefully, after this is passed and we move forward, because we've had our hands tied, because as the Miami Herald wanted, that's where they want the stadium. I do not think the stadium should be in Overtown. The stadium should be in Melrose. So once we move past that, I think we can get that done. Commissioner Russell, as to, as we spoke about before, I think every commitment that we as a team that we made when we were here 3.5 years ago, we've met. And I think we've exceeded. With the Baywalk, with the park contribution, working with our team on trying to help find improvements and how is this land, worked. But again, I view that as a process within the city. And I have always been willing to try to help and assist in whatever I can do, and in this case, giving $25 million to try to help you among yourselves. How do you solve this? But I think it's only fair that it's recognized that we're building a 58-acre park. We're contributing $25 million. We've been trying to find, funding and improvements, and have talked to the city manager and the mayor, because this is not the only source of funding. This is going to bring benefits. This is between the rent that comes in, the taxes that are going to be generated. I think it would behoove all of you to see where it's best served in your districts. But that's something that's outside of my decision-making or power. What I do stand you here today, and in general, as Commissioner Carollo laid out the whole financing and structure of this, as the request of Commissioner King, and also on the unions, it's important with the electrical workers. I have a good relationship. As you know, we're in the construction business. So there's not going to be any issues there with unions or others. But everything, commissioners, that we committed to on, First Tee, Unite Here, everything, we've delivered. And you have our commitment, we will continue to help. But I think that within the parameters that we spoke about, we would be agreeable to. In moving forward, it's a challenge. It increases the hurdles of getting things done, but we've never shied away from challenges. So in general, Commissioner Diaz-Portilla, in the way that we said, I would be amenable to accept what I alluded to now in terms of Commissioner Carollo, King, and Diaz-Portilla. Thank you.
Before you step down,
Yes.
I have one other small ask. This is not monetary, it's an easy one. But I have a niece, my brother's Frank's daughter, who I'm very fond of, and she's a very good soccer player.
Okay.
Excellent soccer player, and she just texted me that she's not sure if you guys have any of your sports academies for girls. So she wants to make sure that I ask that there's going to be gender equality.
Okay.
As you proceed forward.
Okay.
So if we could include that there, that you're going to have gender equality where you have academies for girls too that could participate.
It has been and always, our aspiration to develop the girls. So you can tell your niece that the answer to that is yes. It's our anticipation that when Inter Miami is playing here in Miami, that our Fort Lauderdale facility would have a women's team, a professional team. Our sporting director, Chris Henderson's here, so we can tap on the women's side of that. And let me allude to you something that you said earlier, Commissioner, about the University of Miami. Because I think, again, as you said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You know my desire to move very quickly on this project, and I will have one ask of the Commission, because I do have one ask. But on the University of Miami, I think it's a brilliant idea, and it would behoove my brother and I, over the course of hopefully the next 90 days, that the University of Miami can make a decision if they'd like to house the University of Miami football team, my alma mater, where I and my brothers and my whole families and my son's alma mater, so we can bring football to the city of Miami. There'd be nothing that would make us prouder. We've been very engaged with the football program over the last few months.
I've heard rumors.
Heard rumors, and we'll be very active. There is nothing that I would be more proud of than not only having Inter Miami playing at Miami Freedom Park Stadium, but having our University of Miami Hurricanes there, where finally the students of the University of Miami can go to a game.
But Jose never introduced me to Mario, okay?
One question. I didn't hear.
I had met him, but he didn't do it. So
Are you okay with the compliance component and
Yes.
the reasonable wages? I didn't hear you say that.
Well, because I didn't forget, I got everything. On the compliance component, yes, and on the reasonable wages, I know that we had that included on the stadium. On the hopefully we're allowed to build a commercial development. On the stadium, for sure, yes. On the commercial development, I'll ask you, any difference?
There's
That was
you
different.
haven't brought forward that I want to discuss, but I want to discuss it in a fair way of what is real. But before I do that, I think we need to kind of regroup and put our feet in the ground.
Take a break.
So, well, no, I don't mean that. We could, because there's some other things maybe that need to be discussed before we have a final vote. But what I'm talking about is the realities of what the appraisers have given us and what they're giving us above and beyond that. We had 3 appraising companies look at this. And they've given us amounts of what were fair market rate appraisals as is, contaminated, and clean, not contaminated. And we're talking about the 131 acres. I still can't understand Mayor Reese always said 132 acres. Where did we lose an acre? Yeah, but if you guys figure it out, let me know. But it's 58 acres for our park, 73 acres more or less for the development, including the stadium. Houlihan Lockheed in October 19 came with the following numbers. They came with an appraisal of $2,280,000 per year, as is, and $3,600,000 as the fair market value if it was clean land that we're giving them. Deloitte came with, on the same October 19th, with the amount of $3,178,500 as is. And they came with the amount of $4,283,500 if it was clean land. And then we had KTR, also in October 19, come with the same amount as Houlihan Lockheed that they thought was the right amount of $2,280,000 as is, $3,600,000 clean. Now, just in the actual money that we're getting from them, we're already getting more than the highest amount that we've been given in the appraisal as if it was clean land, and it's not. On top of that, and I want to go over this so we could understand the realities, because I don't want to see us ask so much that we break this deal. They're spending out of their money what comes to giving us a new park, because it is a new park. What's there now, yeah, you can call it green space, but the most expensive green space that we have in Miami, if you want to go in it, and please don't take your shoes off because you might be radioactive by the time you go out. So they're giving us $60 million that they're spending up front in the first couple of years to give us a whole brand new park with sod, with lighting, electrical poles, trees, palms. On top of that, they're giving us the $25 million that's been discussed here again. Real money, just like the first $60 million. Then we're going into the amount that they're having to spend to clean up the place. Their estimation has always been that it's over $30 million.
37, I remember.
Well, that's the amount that they use. You're correct,
Yeah.
37.
37, I remember.
Yeah. I said over 30 because it's really unknown. It could be less. Who knows if it could be more. Our team hasn't wanted to give them more credit because for somehow they think that it could be done for less, but this is the first time that I've ever heard from anybody say that it could all be done for $16 million. They agreed to that we would only give them credit for $16 million. So at the very least, you got $16 million there in additional real money they're spending, but most likely it's going to be, maybe double that, maybe as high as 37, maybe less. Just real money also. On top of that, and we've gotten this from our own people in the city, not from them, that through the life of this project, it's going to cost them, at the very least, $100 million for the maintenance, the redoing of roads, so you got to do every 10 years, the maintenance of those roads, the light poles, the sidewalk, et cetera, et cetera. Look, this is real money that we're asking from them. So I would just caution everybody that while we all would like to, you know, squeeze an orange to get the last drop, you know, there's so many drops that an orange has. Before what you get is just plain skin coming off.
And we squeezed them.
Well, so, now, going into what I said before I went to this scenario, and I don't want to throw a number out that just sounds great. I want to be realistic. Jorge, I don't know if you're the best guy for this, or Jose or somebody else in your group. What percent of workers do you think, there's two phases, construction phase, and secondary, the phase of getting workers, even though not all depends on you, because it's going to depend on a lot of the people that you lease to and who they hire, but certainly the stadium is one of yours. What percent of those workers in the two phases, before you open up, in other words, during construction and after construction, do you feel comfortable that it's a real number that you could hire from within the city of Miami? And then greater Miami. Obviously, we are looking more at the city of Miami. But knowing that some percentage of that you need to go outside, I at least want it to be in Miami-Dade and not from Broward or somewhere else that's going to be brought in.
I think, Commissioner, the best way to handle that, and it's a very fair question, remembering that the stadium construction, which is difficult, which has very sophisticated trades of steel, a lot of those people are super specialized, hard to train here, et cetera. I think what we can do, because I'm from here, is I think we should do a preference. So it would be a preference to businesses that employ residents of the city of Miami or greater Miami, and I think that will serve the purpose of incentivizing hiring within city limits, and I keep it the city limits, that then therefore they get a benefit, the businesses and the employees get a direct benefit in the project, both during construction and then obviously after. The people who are actually working in stores in the stadium would generally, you would think, be within 30, 40 minutes of the stadium. I think preferences would be preferable if that would work.
I think it should be first and foremost city of Miami residents.
I agree.
And secondary,
right.
greater
The county,
Miami-Dade
right.
residents. Chair?
I have a question, Chair.
Hold on, I'm not done yet.
Oh, yes.
Can you weigh in on your opinion on what we just discussed here?
I actually had local preference in my notes, and I forgot to, I forgot to check that one, so I was going back to it. Obviously, we want to hire from within the city of Miami, local preference, so if we could have job fairs and advertise it properly.
Yes.
So that our residents will have an opportunity, again, to continue to grow and prosper as a result of this project. I'm certainly in support of that, and I would ask you to look at the City of Miami residents first, to have an opportunity to work and earn a living in helping to make this project a reality for the City of Miami.
Then
You
we
have our
should make
commitment.
that part
Yes, we should.
of the contract.
We should include
We're not
that.
going to include any percentages, but we, you know, unless it's the will of the commission, but what we're trying to do here is all of us working together. If there's one group that I know is going to try to work with minorities the most, and especially from the city of Miami, is this group. So,
And when possible, I would like you to consider hiring ex-felons, you know, folks who have made a mistake, but now they are back in society and turning their life around. I would not like them to be excluded. We gave money today from the Overtown CRA to a program that helps ex-offenders transition back into society, so they should have an opportunity too. We need to break down the barriers that keep them out of the playing field, the employment field. So I would like for you to advance that as well.
Okay.
And just a simple question.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Carollo was talking about the appraisal. Do you have in that contract any reappraising every so many years?
No, the mechanism that best serves the city is the increases, is the CPI. Any type of reappraisal or reset is a poison pill and would make the project unbuildable. We've had this discussion.
That is not included, it's
No,
not
sir.
even considered.
No, sir.
Let me go back to this. To make sure I heard you right before. You said you were willing to go on the CPI to what percentage, max?
2 to 4.
2 to 4.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but there was another request from
From Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla.
It's on the gross rate.
Which is, right now as it read, it's 3.6 or 5%, whichever is greater. So take the 5% to 6%. Because if the project takes off, you're going to get more from the 6% than the CPI and the lease.
Well,
Hopefully.
and particularly since we brought everything up on you, that you're giving a lot more now.
Yes. So in reality, if you did math, we're probably paying in the early years 15%. You know, it's because the numbers are, it's a huge number.
It is a huge number.
And also, because we agreed to, there was a construction rent portion, which is now much more, the 650, 750, 850, 950, if I'm not mistaken, with a calculation. And one of the things, and I think is important to note, is our commitment to this project, and especially directed to Commissioner Russell, that at month 18, when we make that first $12.5 million contribution, whether it's a loan or not, we're doing that because we want you to have the tools to make a difference. Because at that point in time, we will have nothing. There will be no revenue producing on the property. All we'll be doing is spending money. So I would like to note that it has been our intent to make sure that everything that we do has value to our community as soon as possible. That is why the 58-acre park coming online before the stadium, because that's what's going to happen, because it's a requirement, is important to us. But I think it's important to note, too, as a narrative, and everyone who's been here today, the 58-acre park is a real park. This is going to be a real park. You are going to be able to take your shoes off.
And now, Commissioner Russell, I will do the following. The $5 million, just like I told Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, I was going to take a leap of faith. What's our tallest building now that we have here in Miami? How many stories is our tallest building that we have?
80 plus.
82.
I'm taking one from the 80-plus floor. That he is going to be fair with those $20 million, especially in Ruben Darillo, because his constituents that are going to use it even more than mine, or at least pretty close. Yeah. I will do the same with the $5 million on the Baywalk with you, that it goes to District 2, and you be fair where you think it should go. Does that suffice?
For that portion, yeah.
Okay. Now, what is left?
Can I call the question, because I
Yeah, but
I need to go to the restroom just for.
Yeah, but well, I think we're going to break for a few minutes so you could have time, but what other areas are left that you need to be answered, if any?
I did not hear an agreement to going with the highest and best appraisal on clean market value land. That was a requirement.
The highest and best appraisal, and
So when the appraisal comes back, that we go with the highest number. That's what we should be
right,
fighting
but,
for our residents.
But then let me present this to you. No. We still have.
Let me just go through the list and then you can.
Right, but let me throw this out so we can discuss it. Remember what I said before. This orange has got practically no juice left. We gave them credit for 16 million on the cleanup. But that could be another amount that we don't know if it's another 16, if it's more, if it's less, that's out there. But what we do know is that there's approximately $100 million, which is probably going to be more, that they're going to have to spend during the life of this project to maintain, repave the roads, fix the sidewalk, redo the lightning poles, etc. And they're not getting any credit for that. At least through this, they should get some credit for that.
Commissioner, we are asking above and beyond what we would of a standard development deal. And I think that a big reason for that.
We got, you know, based on what I read to all of you here, that three different companies, certainly two of them, are two of the largest and best known in our country. We have gone way above and beyond anything that we were told that we should ask for. But what I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to do here is make sure that we get a deal, this doesn't go south. We still have, at the very least, that we know for a fact, $100 million that the manager stated to me, he went through our people, that they should get some credit for on taking all that maintenance. And that's not even including any other additional areas on the cleanup. And I think you and I are going to agree, and I think all of us will, it's going to require more than $16 million to clean that up, no matter what we have heard from anybody.
Can I?
Yeah.
Can I address? Can I finish?
Of course.
The way we brought this forward to the voters was that they were going to pay for the remediation. What I don't want is for us to give them a break in some way that could then be challenged as a violation. Just a minute, please. Someone could come back and file a lawsuit and say, all right, they paid for the remediation, then the city gave them credit for the remediation on the rent. So who really paid for the remediation? I don't want that. If you want to give them credit for the lights, for the plumbing, for something else, but that remediation should be borne by them, and the rent should not reflect a discount for that remediation.
Well, I disagree with you in that what was voted by the voters does not address remediation. What I understand it to mean is that it addresses that we're not going to give them money for construction or anything of the sort to actually build something. Now, but we don't even need to go there. We have the $100 million that Dave offered to do today, early on the maintenance of everything there that would fall upon us, all those roads. Because there are roads that are going to be built there. There are going to be our city streets. The lights that are going to be put in there are going to be our city light poles. How can we work it out so they get some acknowledgement of that? I mean, maybe at the end of the day, whatever comes doesn't make a difference.
Okay.
Which,
No. Commissioner, may I say something?
yes.
So, Commissioner Russell, I think that the issue here is multiple, right? We started with 2 appraisals. The problem with the reappraisal now is you've picked the highest appraiser at the highest value, even though the peer review picked the lower appraiser as the accurate appraiser because they found flaws in the highest appraiser's methods. So you've asked us to reappraise, which we're completely in favor of, but then you're asking us to go to the appraiser whose appraisal methods were questioned by the peer reviewer and just happened to be the highest appraisal, and you're asking us to fully trust their highest number. That's why we think it's fair for there to be the double appraisal that includes remediation and to at least have a mechanism where it would be the average of the 2.
Let me add something that's incredibly important for us, because there is no bait and switch with regards to what was approved in the referendum. We were till 2 o'clock in the morning negotiating the term sheet that I just put in front of you. And just let me read to you what the term sheet that we all negotiated 3 years ago in what formed the basis of the referendum, in terms of what formed the basis of fair market value, it reads, and there's no question here, fair market value will be based on the highest and best use of the demised premises, taking into consideration the actual cost of the environmental remediation for the property, the site development cost for the park, and such other impositions and limitations on the use of the property consistent with the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice. We've been very, very clear from the very beginning that this property, and to the voters, that this property was going to be valued considering the environmental condition and the cost of environmental remediation. What we've agreed to do is to cap that at $16 million, which is significantly less than half of the amount of the actual remediation. And it's important to them that we have never asked for anything that we haven't been absolutely clear to the voters about, and that was absolutely clear to whomever wanted to inform themselves about what was being voted on. So it's just important for us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Richard. The very next paragraph in the term sheet that you mentioned states, for avoidance of doubt, the city will have no obligation to pay for any portion of the development of the soccer stadium or the ancillary development, including any cost associated with the environmental remediation. And to me, to offer a discount on rent based on the remediation, in a sense, is coming back and getting a discount for that remediation. So who's really going to be losing money on that at the end of the day? And I've talked about this from the very first day we talked about appraisals. It all depends on how you model the appraisal.
Right.
You get an appraisal back and you get multiple values. Well, I want the clean value. I've always wanted the clean value.
And Commissioner,
Because-
sorry.
Commissioner, again, I think I may have a solution that will fix this, and I think everybody will be amenable to it. Our issue isn't with the clean appraisal. We're okay with the clean appraisal. I'm trying to find a balance to the appraiser that you've chosen, because the reality is that you've chosen the appraisal and you've asked me to pay for it, which is fine. But you picked the one appraiser that the peer reviewer found faults with. So how about we pick two appraisers? Let us go to a second appraiser, appraise it as only clean, and we take the average of the two. How's that?
That is more in line with what I would be thinking.
Perfect.
But let me tell you why. Let me tell you why we're being extra harsh here. Because this is a no-bid deal, we don't know what someone else would have bid or fought with you in order to get this deal. Because it's such a large property that goes beyond a stadium and into development, there's a lot here going for you. And because we're being asked to vote on this without actually seeing the appraisal, of course, I'm going to fight for the highest value for our residents. We really owe that to them. And if it's going to cost you a little bit extra to make sure we meet the letter of what we promised them, I'm okay with that. Now, I would be more comfortable with the average of two appraisals going for the clean value.
That's what I said.
Okay, yes,
So
yes,
only
but it's
clean
not what we had
appraisal.
said earlier.
Only clean, it was not what was said earlier. So I'm offering it as a compromise.
Yep.
We'd hire two appraisers, clean only appraisals, the average of the two.
Can I just,
To compare against the 4.3 million that Commissioner Carrillo negotiated.
That's fair.
Thank you.
Can we, just for the sake of expediency, could we agree that it'd be the same two appraisers, or do you want to pick another two appraisers?
No, let's use the same two.
Yeah, that's what I think. I
Used
just
one
want to make
already,
sure.
let's
I
use
just want
the
to be
other
clear.
one.
That way you get apples to apples from 4 years
I want
ago.
to be clear, that's all. I'm just asking for clarity's
Let's
sake.
use the same two since they're.
Yeah, I'm just asking for clarity's sake.
And some appraisers might say we are being harsh on you. And they say, well, we would, in a normal commercial deal, value it this way. We're being harsh. We want the best for our residents. We want to be sure that lacking a competitive process, that we're fighting for the best possible scenario. All right, just for time then, I think we're in agreement on this. I don't think we need to go further.
That's great, but I think we moved tremendously, but I need to make a correction then in what I said before, based upon what you're stating. I mean, I have to bring this up now. On the 4 years that's supposed to be in the construction, or should I say, the up to 4 years that we're giving them, I sure as heck hope the construction is done before, and that stadium is up before the mayor and I walk out of here. when you guys have forced me to have to stay around longer somehow. But I have put down for the 4 years, beginning with 4,650,000, 4,750,000, 4,850,000, 4,950,000. And we were discounting for them 4 million based upon the 16 million that we had given them credit for. So what I preferred to do that, give them the discount, leave it like that, but give them the discount based on the $100 million that the manager brought that's going to be through the life of the project on the maintenance that they're going to be
Got
having
it,
to
rather
do.
than a discount on the remediation.
Yeah, so this way it meets with what you're saying. And frankly, I'd rather move even more, with more caution. This way, whatever frivolous lawsuits there are, they could get rid of them even quicker in the court. So that's the change that I'm making, if it's understood by all of you.
Got it. Let's get through the other ones. The living wage ordinance under the county guidelines throughout the life of the lease, we're good with that? We said on the record? Thank you. Responsible wage in construction is in our code. So even though we're making an ask of it here, it should be required under the code. So that doesn't seem to be something that's negotiable.
So you would have to ask them to agree with it because it's when we put it out for bid, and this one we're not putting out for bid. That's a little
All right, so
minor.
that's gonna be
one
part of
little
it.
So
word.
That's the nuance.
responsible wage in construction, all construction, please, not just the stadium. These are a lot of great jobs.
Right. Commissioner, at this point, the stadium, because we know the stadium, we know the construction, we know what we got to do there. With the other pieces, we still have to coordinate those components of the commercial for the responsible wage. We have to assess that. We have to look into that. So we can agree to assess that, but we can't necessarily agree to that at this point because we have to assess how those transactions are going to be financed and funded.
Madam City Attorney,
We still have in our lease a 20% union
yes, and that's for
commitment.
That's, for all
That's everything. That's everything. Just this particular responsible wage compliance, we can affirmatively say yes to the stadium today, but as to the commercial, we need to assess that a little bit, and I can discuss it with you between now and my SAP, which I would love to get to the zoning. Thank you.
All right, so Madam City Attorney, I would like a further interpretation on that first sentence in the responsible wage ordinance, which says when bid. I've seen it. I've seen it.
But they just agreed to it for the stadium, correct?
They haven't. But the
And a
stadium
commitment
is one
to-
part of a much
Right.
larger. There's a lot of great jobs.
I understand that, but they agreed to it for the stadium, responsible wages for the stadium.
Yes, we're going to study this further, but we'll keep talking. I'm okay with the
Keep
stadium
in mind
responsible
that
wage.
they can, I mean, I think you understand what I'm going to say.
Yep.
And the compliance piece as well.
Yes.
The stadium and the compliance piece for
Correct.
responsible
They cannot
wages.
force tenants
For the
to stay.
stadium.
For the stadium, okay.
The final one is where it seems that we're at an impasse, because Commissioner Diaz-Labortia is insulting my interest in helping the whole city versus just wealthy residents. I don't get where that's coming from. This whole no-net loss involves parks in all of our districts. And to fight for those is to fight for all of us. There is no current funding source identified for any of the no-net loss sites except for the one in Commissioner Diaz-Labortia's district. I'd like to ask our city attorney where and when, in the ballot language, the term sheet, the original discussions on the dais, anything that happened before this went to ballot that stated that 20 million would be captured in District 1.
Commissioner, there's nothing there, and look.
Okay, so then, but it was said on the record that it was
let me-
always there, and so I would like to clarify that it was not.
It was not, but let me say this, look, one way or another, we put the money up for the other piece, because it's part of the 20 acres, no net loss. I don't care if the Diaz-Labortia wants to hold on to that 20. I know he's gonna share with the chair, he's going to chair with me because we got parks that are, I mean, less than a block from each other. So I have no problem in doing that. If not, he's not getting his name there and he's not getting invited to the groundbreaking. So I don't want to beat this anymore.
Okay.
I think we're getting there. The only last request that I'm going to make, again, my requests are community requests. There's no money involved. For the inner city, meaning city of Miami, Overtown, Liberty City, Little Havana, like Mama high schools, for their football teams.
Alpata.
Yeah, you do, because you use that stadium.
Really?
And then some of the, other little leagues in football, if they need to use the stadium because they don't have a place, for you to put your best effort in accommodating them. Obviously, it can be during game times or game days, etc.
You have our commitment on that, and just as an example, our stadium in Fort Lauderdale, Drive Pink, just hosted the Florida State High School Championships.
Right.
Unfortunately, Columbus didn't participate.
So that'll be part of the contract, a little line to that effect. And again, this is for the whole community.
For clarification purposes, Madam Chair, there was some discussion about $20 million. What was that discussion about?
We took it away from you.
Oh, good.
Okay. We're giving you Miami.
I just heard it. I had some coffee. I came back. I heard it. Okay, so we're good to go. So we vote on it?
Mr. Mayor?
Let me just say, I think we're there, from what I heard. It appeared to me that there was a recognition from the district commissioner from where the project is, that he have some level of control over the $20 million. But there was also a recognition from him that he would be conscientious in how he would share that $20 million with other districts, including District 2, including District 5, and including District 3.
Yes.
And I think there was a recognition.
Because there are 4 projects that need
Right,
to be finished.
correct,
Of course,
correct.
To meet the
Correct.
no net loss.
Yes.
So, and I think the other recognition, if I may,
My district is not recognized?
it's not one, it doesn't have a project that was identified. And then I think.
You want more money, you've been getting more money than anybody. You
Listen.
still want more?
And I think.
But if we vote yes, it's actually,
Listen,
it's
and I
more
think,
likely.
and I think there was also a recognition on Commissioner Carollo's part, who I think has been a great statesman today. There's been a recognition on Commissioner Carollo's part that he will defer to Commissioner Russell on the $5 million
That's correct.
that Commissioner Russell specifically negotiated for his district
Yeah.
during the time of the lease.
And the final point,
No?
Mr. Mayor, that we spoke
So
about.
my only request, I only have one request, okay? My only request is that, as we've agreed on the appraisal and the methodology, my only request is that the contract, if it's agreed to by this commission, be ready for execution. And this is something that I heard from many of you when I spoke to you. Wait one second, let me finish. Be ready. I've heard this from many of you about the speed with which you wanted this project to commence and how you wanted this to happen as fast as possible. So what I'm requesting that be incorporated as a directive, resolution, whatever you think is appropriate, Mr. Clerk, that this contract and its drafting of these additional provisions be ready for signature when the appraisal is finalized, the 2 appraisals that are going to be halved, and that number is plugged in to the contract, and that is the number that is the contract number for going forward.
And again, Mayor,
And it's a
we're
clean-
using the same
to move it quicker.
The same
Going
2
forward.
appraisers, the clean version, which is the most expensive of all the versions,
Yes.
and I think that's the articulation of it.
Yes, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Do you mind if I say something?
No.
Okay. I want to make sure that, Madam City Attorney, how do we ensure that the team will work with organizations that are trying to have ex-felons employed? Is that something that we have to?
Put in the contract.
We have to put that in the contract, that you will work with organizations in District 5 that help to find ex-felons? not only for the construction jobs, but also after the stadium is built, so that they have an
Madam
opportunity.
Chair, not only District 5, District 1, where it's going to be built.
Okay,
Is that fair?
yes, that is fair.
1 and 5, right?
Yes, 1 and
The
5.
two poorest districts in the
But
city
the
of
point
Miami.
I'm trying to make is that ex-felons have an opportunity.
Yes, ma'am.
Ex-felons have an opportunity. So I'd like to see that in the contract, in addition to all of the other things that we've talked about. I think we are really close. I believe my colleague, Commissioner Reyes, would like to say something.
I just wanted to have a question, ask a question. Do we have the right to question or challenge the appraisal? Us as a
The who?
as a commission? You know, because we're talking about appraisals, right?
Ah.
And I wanted to know that can we challenge the appraisal if we don't agree with it, or we believe that it's low, or if it is too high, then we're not going to challenge it. But it's just out of curiosity.
I don't think that we have the expertise to challenge an appraisal. I
But
think that the companies that we are hiring,
Can we get?
that is their,
Commissioner Truly.
that's their expertise.
Can we get? It's just a question,
Yes,
Commissioner
yes.
Carollo.
Yeah, but if we
Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Let me.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let me, let him speak, let him speak. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Let's say that, we feel or we get, we get help from somebody that comes and say, hey, listen, we want to take this appraisal and go to an expert and say, what do you think about this? It is a question that I just want to know if we have the right. That's it.
By the majority of the commission.
Okay?
Yes, but as a safeguard, there's a peer review
Okay.
of the appraisals. So I believe that would be a safeguard with the peer.
I
there's no
don't,
peer- We're
so
not
there
having peer-
was on the first
There was
round,
on a four.
Yeah.
but you right now requested the
Because we're
top
going
two.
with two. Okay,
Right.
because we're going with two and we're getting the average of the two. So I think and again, they are the experts. I don't have the expertise to challenge an appraisal unless the appraisal came in at $100,000.
But that's not going to happen.
If I may,
I think
Madam Chair?
I think the mayor, no, that's fine. I think the mayor has something.
Are you ready? Okay. I would request that the district commissioner make a motion incorporating the items that have been agreed to by the commission and by the team, including the additional items as articulated by Commissioner Russell. And I think that there's a fair compromise here, which is what I said at the beginning of this. We needed to have the courage to do this, and we needed to compromise with each other. I've seen an incredible level of cooperation and collaboration and compromise. And I think, that it's requiring a certain amount of trust, which is another word that I use. We're trusting Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla to be fair in his distribution of those funds. We're trusting Commissioner Russell to be fair in the distribution of those funds and how they're allocated in his district and on other parts of the Baywalk. And I think that's a fair compromise on that issue. And I think we've dealt with all the other issues. We conceded on the appraisal, that it be a clean appraisal as opposed to appraisal that discounts for remediation. And I think, Commissioner Carollo did an excellent job in explaining to the public the true economic cost of this and increasing the rent, which was further increased by Commissioner Russell and his identification.
By $1 million.
And his identification of the no net loss parcels, including other parcels that he identified for no net loss, and including some other items that I think are missing that have to do with the Baywalk and have to do with the underdeck that I think are items that I would like to sponsor and see this commission move forward on, because I don't think that they should be left out of what has been created in terms of park space in the city by and through this commission's action.
And
So moved.
second,
Second by Commissioner Carollo.
Okay, and I'd just like to add some percentages for the 3% for commission and 3% for the commercial and retail space. For District 5, minority participation.
As amended by both the mover and the seconder.
All in favor?
It's going to be a no.
I'm sorry, what?
How clear do I have to be? It's going to be a 3-2.
Oh, you're gonna be in it?
Well, hold on a second.
Then I move to
Let's-
reconsider the Baywalk thing that we passed last commission meeting.
Okay.
If
Take
I
away the
may-
Baywalk.
Hold
If
on,
you
hold on,
literally
hold
think-
on, hold on,
Please.
hold on, hold on, hold on.
I've been trying to be heard
Hold
for the
on.
last hour, and I continually get cut off and denied.
Go on.
And I'd like to speak. The mayor said everything that Commissioner Russell asked for is not in here.
What is missing, Ken?
Plenty, and I was trying to get through a list.
Okay, let's hear what Commissioner Russell,
Commissioner
let him
Russell,
finish.
I
Let him
apologies,
finish.
I don't
apologize,
think that I've
but-
cut
Let
you
him
off at
finish.
all.
Let
but
him finish.
Go
Let him
ahead.
finish. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I apologize if I misinterpreted as well.
If you think I'm going to let this whole project go just because I'm getting $5 million for a Baywalk, I can find other ways to get $5 million for a Baywalk.
Of course.
That's not all I want. This is about the whole city's project and making sure we get this right for
And we're
everybody.
gonna need a lot more than 5 million for the Baywalk.
Please,
To finish it.
let me speak.
Go ahead.
You spoke earlier about congeniality on this dais. There is no congeniality on this dais. You spoke about trust on this dais. There is no trust on this dais. There is transaction, there's power, there's ego. The personal attacks that you all have leveled against me. I'm here despite the fights, despite the negativity, because I believe this project has a chance to be good for the city. But I won't let it go until I believe it is correct. And I'm trying to get it there, but you're not listening to me. There is nothing in the original agreements that say District 1 will marshal the entire $20 million, which is in the ballot language, for other green spaces, meaning to help mitigate the no net loss. So without that, just by trusting Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, I'm to assume that the no net loss parks will get funded. But we have no guarantee here today that the no net loss parks will get funded.
My word. That was part of what we put in the motion, that
My
the
word.
four parks that were identified for the no net loss have to get funded with or without or with additional monies beyond the 20 million that it might require. I don't know.
And I have his word.
Well, it's part of the motion that we're making. They have to be funded.
Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, if I had a nickel for every time I trusted your word, I could fund this Baywalk
Oh,
myself.
Lord Almighty. Oh, Lord
Wait,
Almighty.
hold on, hold on.
Guys,
You're the
seriously.
same guy
Guys,
that upped $150,000
guys.
to my opponent's campaign when I
Turn
was
the mics
running.
off, because I can't
Yeah.
turn the mics off.
If you want to play
I
a
can't
game,
turn
let's
the
play the
mics
game
off.
and play it as long as
listen,
you want to play it.
Hold on.
All right?
Commissioner.
Your words are ones that say
Commissioner.
anything.
Guys.
You
Commissioner.
got what you want,
Guys,
and now
listen.
you're walking
Commissioner.
away. You're
That's it.
breaking your word to
Hold on.
everybody else
I
out
can't
there.
turn the mics
You're
off.
breaking your word to everybody.
We're going to take a break.
You already gave your word.
Yes.
Let's take a
hold
break.
on.
Let's take a break.
Let's take a break. Let's take a recess for 15, 30 minutes.
Yes.
We'll recess for 15, 30 minutes
You got
and
it.
come back.
I think that everything.
Commissioner Russell, would you like to begin?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize for my outburst. I rarely get passionate on this dais, and this is very important for all of us, and I know tensions are high. My apologies. The remaining points I'm trying to clarify and get consensus on are really important to me. The 20 acres that are being made up by code are simply not enough for me for my vote. And so we've assembled, beyond the 20, what could equal 150 acres. If you include the site that we were talking about, Commissioner Carollo, on Virginia Key, I know this won't cover all of it, but it'll get it started in a way that it won't stop. But it need a mechanism to ensure that. And that 20 million funding is our seed money for these parks. By the ballot language, it's for the Freedom Park and other green spaces. And so, one, my ask is that we can include the 116-acre park in the priority list. And then two, I think we should divide the 20 million in a fair and equitable way, the majority of which should, of course, go to District 1, where Freedom Park is, where the most of it will probably be spent in embellishing that beyond the park that they're delivering us. There's also a no net loss park in District 1, and who knows, maybe there's pocket parks to be bought. Maybe there's other things we can do and create. But I think each district commissioner where the no net loss is being found could have that freedom without having to go to another commissioner. And so my recommendation would be that half of the 20 million stay in District 1, and then 2.5 be set aside for each of the no net loss parks. Now it's flexible. It may, let's say we find another funding source for one of those parks, that money's then free to buy some new parks somewhere else.
That's fine.
But that would be $1,250 for District 1.
$1,250.
Yeah, meaning 10.
12,500,000.
And then his 250.
12,500.
That's fine.
And then 250 where the other no net loss parks have been identified.
I'm fine with that.
And I think I am, but one question though, I mean, Commissioner Russell. What happens with the other 5 million? Do we divvy that up to 4 ways, or how do we do that? 5 ways? The original 5 million you got.
I've said.
What happens with that?
I've identified the 4 priority locations that will complete a 10-acre linear park on the bay. If there is surplus beyond that, I'm happy for it to go anywhere, all the way up the river. And I have more funds as well that I'm bringing
So it can go, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. So it can go up through you, of course. So it will go up the river, right? So include Commissioner Carollo's district, perhaps, right?
I stand by what I said before. I trust Commissioner Russell with those 5 millions to put it in the best areas possible and to be fair with it.
And I'll agree to that.
Okay. Can I?
Madam Chair, if I may just say that then the motion as made previously is amended to include the additional conditions
Yes.
by Commissioner Russell.
Is there any further unreadiness?
Can the mover and the seconder agree to that amendment?
I agree to it.
Okay, I just want to be clear for the record. Yeah.
Yes, I want to emphasize, I expect you guys tomorrow to start in the phones, calling the AD at UM, calling the president. You and they and us have a window of 90 days.
Yes.
So,
yes.
And please recall, Mr. Manager, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, through the chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Manager, we gave direction earlier to work with our offices and come back to this commission with a report, a status report, not only on these no net loss parks and how we're going to achieve them, but what CBRE has been working on with the Baywalk, so we know what we need to do.
yeah, the last thing that I'd like to bring up is that, Mr. Manager, you have to make sure that we put these 2 further appraisals in an expedited manner so we get them back as quickly as possible. I don't want to be waiting here for 2-3 months before we get something back, because each week is killing the possibility that they might have to open up in March 2025.
Yes.
Perfect.
Mr. Mayor?
And just to incorporate my small request of that the contracts be ready for execution on the moment that the 2 appraisals are finished.
Yes.
The 2 clean appraisals.
Yes.
Got it. All in favor?
Chair, is there any unreadiness?
I already asked that question, Todd.
Yes.
I asked that question. Thank you.
Let the vote happen, Todd.
We're voting
We're
on
ready to go home.
approving. No, there was no previous vote.
Okay.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries 4-1.
As amended. Chair, we still have SP3. We still have SP3 to vote on. SP3 is the easement.
Hold on.
Say it was all of them. Say it was all of them. It was all of them.
It's for all, it was for all of them, Todd. It was for everything, the easement as well.
Oh,
Yes. Motion, meeting adjourned.
No. You still have to vote on SP3.
SP3, we still need to vote on SP3. Okay, do I have a motion? Do I have a second? All in favor of SP3? Aye.
And yes, motion passes 4-0 with Commissioner Reyes absent.
Yes.
Yes, that's 30. No, 5 and 5. And yeah, it's 20.
No, this is 5 times 4.
No, isn't it 2.5?
Yes,
2.5?
yes,
Yeah,
I'm
right?
right, yes.
Okay, so 10 plus 2.5.
Yes.
Then 2.5 for you, 2.5, and you keep your
Yes.
5 million.
Yes.
Very well.
And it's meant to be prioritized for the no net loss sites.
For
and then,
these here.
yes.
And then
And then it can be
extra
used
later.
beyond for whatever we want.
Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah.